That black Sharpie and clearing out some of the lines about affordable housing in the speech, given what's happened in the last few days. I'm going to interrupt you now, Mike, because we see that Donald Trump has just been introduced to the Economic Forum in a packed room of over 5,000 people, getting a standing ovation as well before he speaks, perhaps for anticipation of his remarks and his coming to Davos. He will speak to the assembled group. There's overflow rooms as well, as this room is jam-packed. And we're going to listen in with you live to what President Donald Trump brings to Europe this morning. Here he is.
Well, thank you very much, Larry. It's great to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland, and to address so many respected business leaders, so many friends, few enemies, and all of the distinguished guests. It's a who's who, I will say that. I've come to this year's World Economic Forum with truly phenomenal news from America. Yesterday marked the one-year anniversary of my inauguration, and today, after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging, investment is soaring, incomes are rising, inflation has been defeated, our previously open and dangerous border is closed and virtually impenetrable, and the United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround in our country's history. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite: virtually no inflation and extraordinarily high economic growth. Growth like, I believe, you'll see very shortly, our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. So that's in 1 year, 52 records, adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, 401ks, and people's savings. People are doing very well. They're very happy with me. Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. Think of that, $1 trillion, substantially less than that. In 4 years, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment. That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, the United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies, it should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than a year, maybe like a year and 1 month. But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we have achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because Certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good. But it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. But we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times what they were making in government. So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me. Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers, we're lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming, but we had no choice. To make a country great, you can't have all federal jobs. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion and slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month, they went up and up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every single new regulation. But instead, I've cut, actually, till this point, 129 regulations for every 1 new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation, we do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing, that's the one they like, and bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with that. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country, but it's done by us. It was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program. But you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%. And all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now they all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers. American exports are now up by more than $150 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%, and that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very quick, fast approvals. In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner, too. The European nations, Japan, South Korea. They're our partners. They've gone into massive deals with us, especially on oil and gas. And these agreements raise growth and cause stock markets to boom, not only in the U.S., but virtually every country that came to make a deal, because, as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you follow. It's really become a staple. In America, I've stopped the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices while sending jobs and factories to the world's worst polluters. They are indeed polluters. Under sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. And they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, and some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people that had no idea what the hell they were doing. Under my leadership, U.S. natural gas production is at an all-time high by far. U.S. oil production is up by 730,000 barrels a day, and last week we picked up 50 million barrels from Venezuela alone. Venezuela has been an amazing place for so many years, but then they went bad with their policies. 20 years ago, it was a great country, and now it's got problems, but we're helping them. And those 50 million barrels, we're going to be splitting up with them, and they'll be making more money than they've made in a long time. Venezuela is going to do fantastically well. We appreciate all of the cooperation we've been giving. We've been giving great cooperation. Once the attack ended, and they said, let's make a deal. More people should do that. But Venezuela is going to make more money in the next 6 months than they've made in the last 20 years. Every major oil company is coming in with us. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. The leadership of the country has been very good. They've been very, very smart. The price of gasoline is now below $2.50 a gallon in many states, $2.30 a gallon in most states. Then we'll soon be averaging less than $2 a gallon. In many places, it's already down even lower, $1.95 a gallon. Numerous states are at $1.99, numbers that nobody has heard for years. Actually, since my last administration, we got it down to around those numbers. I've signed an order directing an approval of many new nuclear reactors. We're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger. But they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe. And we're leading the world in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which when added up is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are. You got to hand it to them. But we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you know, you people are brilliant. You have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me. They didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks, but most aren't going that. They're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land. Destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea. And they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. They're sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China's very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They use a thing called coal, mostly. But China goes with the coal. They go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit. And they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though, and I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They are shocked that it continues to go. They're very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They killed the birds. They ruin your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration, more vulnerability to hostile foreign adversaries, and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe. Scotland and Germany, 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe as a civilization. I want to see it do great. That's why issues like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West, because Europe and those countries have to do their thing. They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. These beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II, when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory, and hold it we did at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we've got them in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory. It's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, you know, everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many places. There's no rare earth, no such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing, but there's so much rare earth. And to get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%. There's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired. There's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. You can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it. When I win in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and I only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open. The inflation was raging. Everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well. He and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening, too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in, and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it with the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan. I settled other wars that were. Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in 1 day. And President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. I'm talking about NATO, I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP. But they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then, more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said, we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5%. They didn't pay the 2%, and now they're paying the 5%. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General, who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago, after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now, after I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today. We have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago, that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. What we did for Israel was amazing, but that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS. We did a lot. I did a lot of big things, all perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know. So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And let me say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people. Look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war. Their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call, your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going, they'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering, how many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us if we gave them the call. gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time because of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, they buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries, and I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment, F-35s. F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the Stage 6. It's supposed to be the first Stage 6 plane, undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO, and that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy and gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever. Whether it's 48 years or ever, it's terrible, costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early. But he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president. Because I don't believe a sane president would have ever signed the kind of things that he signed. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess. But we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But we have a favored nations policy that every president wanted, no president was able to get. I got it, and other nations approved it. And I had to use tariffs in order to get it, because they said, no way. In other words, a pill that costs 10% in London costs $130. Think it costs $10 in London costs $130 in New York or in Los Angeles. And I'd say, boy, that's bad. Friends of mine would say, you know, we go to London, you can buy the stuff for nothing. We go all over the world, we could buy it for nothing. Because basically America was subsidizing every nation in the world. Because presidents allowed them to get away with it. It became very tough. So when I called up Emmanuel Macron, I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened? But I watched him sort of be tough. But he was at $10 for a pill. And I said, Emmanuel, and I have all the big pharmaceutical companies are in total agreement. It wasn't easy, by the way. They're tough, smart. They've been getting away with the scam for a long time. But they gave it up. But they said, you'll never get the countries to approve it. I said, why is that? Because they won't. They always said, we're not paying any more. Get the rest for the United States. So over the years, they stayed the same. We just went up, up, up. And I mean, we would pay 13, 14, 15 times more than some certain countries would. So I said, no, they'll approve it 100%. Sir, you'll never get them to approve it. I said, I guarantee you. But I actually started with Emmanuel, who probably is in the room too. And I like him. I actually like him. Hard to believe, isn't it? And I said, Emmanuel, you're going to have to lift the price of that pill to $20, maybe $30. Think of that. That means it's a doubling of prescription drugs. Might be a tripling, might be a quadrupling. It's not easy. No, 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 Donald, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will, 100%. He said, no, no, no. You're asking me to double. I said, Emmanuel, you've been taking advantage of the United States for 30 years with prescription drugs. You really should do it, and you will do it. I have no doubt. In fact, I am 100% sure you're going to. No, 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 I will not do it. Because, yes, in all fairness to him, he has to double or triple. Because the world being a bigger place than the United States, it's not that you meet in the middle. You just have to go up some, and we come down a lot. They go up a little, we come down a lot. So we're at $130. They're at 10. So they may have to go to 20 or 30. No more than that. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to be doubling or tripling? No, no, no. I said, here's the story, Emmanuel. The answer is you're going to do it. You're going to do it fast. And if you don't, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything that you sell into the United States and a 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes. And that's about 10 times more than what I'm requesting. And you're going to do it. I don't want to go public with it, but you may make me do that. No, no, Donald, I will do it. I will do it. It took me, on average, 3 minutes a country, saying the same thing. You will do it. They all said, no, 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 I will not do it. You're asking me to double the cost of prescription. I said, that's right, because you've been screwing us for 30 years. And they said, we will not do it. I said, that's all right. On Monday morning, we're putting a 25, 30, 50. I gave different numbers for different countries. This is also national security we're talking about. Not fair. We're not going to subsidize the whole world. And every one of those countries have agreed to do it. So one of the biggest things that I've done is the fact that we have now most favored nation. We will pay whatever the lowest price is in the entire world. So our drug prices are going to be coming down by staggering 90%. Again, you could say 1,000%, 2,000%. Depends on the way you want to figure it, but we'll go with the way the fake news likes it better because it sounds, can you imagine a 90% reduction sounds much worse. But drug prices are going to be coming down tremendously in all the nations, and I appreciate them doing it, but they did it. In all fairness, without tariffs, I wouldn't have been able to get it done. After declining $3,000 under Biden, real incomes are up in the United States by $2,000, $3,000, and even $5,000 and more. Home ownership has always been a symbol of health and vigor of American society, but that goal fell out of reach for millions and millions of people in the Biden era because interest rates went up so high. Today, I'm taking action to bring back this bedrock of the American dream. In recent years, Wall Street giants and institutional investment firms, many of you are here, many of you are good friends of mine, many of you are supporters. Sorry to do this to you, I'm so sorry. But you've driven up housing prices by purchasing hundreds of thousands of single-family homes, and it's been a great investment for them. Often as much as 10% of houses on the market. You know, the crazy thing is a person can't get depreciation on a house, but when a corporation buys it, they get depreciation. Okay, that's something we're going to have to think about, too. I don't know if too many people think about that. You buy a corporation, they buy 500 houses. They buy hundreds of thousands. They buy 500 houses. They can take depreciation. A person sweats and works and buys one house, they can't. But homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. We're not going to do that. That's why I have signed an executive order banning large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. It's just not fair to the public. They're not able to buy a house. And I'm calling on Congress to pass that ban into permanent law, and I think they will. One of the biggest barriers to saving for a down payment has been surging credit card debt. The profit margin for credit card companies now exceeds 50%, one of the biggest. And they charge Americans interest rates of 28%, 30%, 31%, 32%. Whatever happened to usury? So to help our citizens recover from the Biden disaster, all caused by this horrible precedent, I'm asking Congress to cap credit card interest rates at 10% for 1 year. And this will help millions of Americans save for a home. They have no idea they're paying 28%. They go out there a little late in their payment and they end up losing their house. It's terrible. To unleash innovation in savings and financing, I'm also working to ensure America remains the crypto capital of the world. And to that end, last year, I signed the landmark Genius Act into law. And now Congress is working very hard on crypto market structure legislation, Bitcoin, all of them, which I hope to sign very soon, unlocking new pathways for Americans to reach financial freedom. And I did it for two reasons. Number one, I thought it was politically good, and it was. I got tremendous political support. But more importantly, China wanted that market, too. It's just like they want the AI. And we've got that market, I think, pretty well locked up. If I didn't do it, you know, Biden was totally against it until before the election when they realized that, you know, there were millions of people voting against him over crypto. And all of a sudden they loved it very much, but it was too late. They blew it. But it is politically popular, but it's much more importantly, we have to make it so that China doesn't get the hold of it. And once they have that hold, we're not going to be able to get it back. So I'm honored to have done it. Finally, I've instructed government-backed institutions to purchase up to $200 billion in mortgage bonds to bring down interest rates. And I'll be announcing a new Fed chairman in the not-too-distant future. I think he'll do a very good job. See, I gave away some of it. He did give that away. So we have something, got something, but somebody that's very respected. They're all respected. They're all great. Everyone that I interviewed is great. Everyone could do, I think, a fantastic job. Problem is they change once they get the job. They do. You know, they're saying everything I want to hear, and then they get the job. They're locked in for 6 years. They get the job, and all of a sudden, let's raise rates a little bit. I call them, sir, we'd rather not talk about this. It's amazing how people change once they have the job. But it's too bad. Sort of disloyalty, but they got to do what they think is right. We have a terrible chairman right now. Jerome, too late Powell. He's always too late. And he's very late with interest rates, except before the election. He was just fine for the other side. So we're going to have somebody that's great, and we hope he does the right job. Last week, the average 30-year mortgage rate dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. Another major factor in driving up housing costs was the mass invasion of our borders. And I have to say one thing about housing, because nobody ever says this. I am very protective of people that already own a house, of which we have millions and millions and millions. And because we have had a such a good run, the house values have gone up tremendously. And these people have become wealthy. They weren't wealthy. They become wealthy because of their house. And every time you make it more and more and more affordable for somebody to buy a house cheaply, you're actually hurting the value of those houses, obviously, because the one thing works in tandem with the other. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt the value of people that own a house who, for the first time in their lives, are walking around the streets of whatever city they're in, very proud that their house is worth $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Now, if I want to really crush the housing market, I could do that so fast that people could buy houses, but you would destroy a lot of people that already have houses. In some cases, they've mortgaged their house, and the mortgage would be very low, and all of a sudden the mortgage without any changes becomes very high, and they end up losing the house. I'm not going to hurt, and I speak with Scott, who's doing a fantastic job, and Howard, who's doing a fantastic job, and all of my people. And I always say, look, you know, I can crush the hell out of the market. We can drop interest rates to a level, and that's one thing we do want to do. That's natural. That's good for everybody. You know, the dropping of the interest rates, we should be paying a much lower interest rate than we are. We should be paying the lowest interest rate of any country in the world, because without the United States, you don't have a country. I mean, I had a case with Switzerland. We happened to be in Switzerland. Maybe I'll give you a quick story. But they were paying nothing. They make beautiful watches, great watches, Rolex, all of them. They were paying nothing to the United States when they sent their product in. And we had a $41 billion deficit. $41 billion with this beautiful place. Flew over it, isn't it nice? So I said, let's put a 30% tariff on them so that we get back some of it, not all of it at all. We still have a deficit, big deficit. We had 41 million. That's a big deficit. And I said, let's put a tariff on. Different tariffs, different places. You're all party to them. In some cases, victims to them. But in the end, it's a fair thing. And most of you realize that. But we put a 30% tariff on Switzerland, and all hell broke loose. They were calling, I mean, like you wouldn't believe. And I know so many people from Switzerland, incredible place, incredible, brilliant place. But I then realized that they're only good because of us. And there's so many other examples. I mean, us, probably other places, but a majority of the money they make is because of us, because we never charged them anything. So they come in, they sell their watches, no tariffs, no nothing. They walk away, they make $41 billion on just us. So I said, no, we can't do that. So I'm going to bring it up. I still would have a deficit pretty substantial, but I brought it up to 30%. And I guess Prime Minister, I don't think President, I think Prime Minister called a woman, and she was very repetitive. She said, no, 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 you cannot do that, 30%. You cannot do that. We are a small, small country. I said, yeah, but you have a big, big deficit. You may be small, but you have a bigger deficit than big countries. He said, no, 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 please, you cannot do it. Kept saying the same thing over and over. We are a small country. I said, but you're a big country in terms of... And she just rubbed me the wrong way, I'll be honest with you. And I said, all right, thank you, ma'am, appreciate it. Do not do this. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I made it 39%. And then all hell really broke out. And I was paid visits by everybody. Rolex came to see me. They all came to see me. But I realized, and I reduced it, because I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to hurt them. And we brought it down to a, lower level. Doesn't mean it's not going up. But we brought it down to a lower level. But they pay now, tariff. But I realized that we have many places like that where they're making a fortune because of the United States. Without the United States, they wouldn't be making anything. Think of it. Switzerland made $41 billion on us. And as she said, it's a place. And I realized with that, I don't know, it was so because she was so aggressive. And I realized in that conversation that the United States is keeping the whole world afloat. Many places, I could give you 6, 7 places just in the people in this little area. I know every one of them. They're looking down. They don't want to see me, and they don't want to stare me in the eyes. But they're taking advantage of, everybody took advantage of the United States. But I've been very fair, and I gave them a tariff, and it was fine. But I realized that without us, it's not Switzerland anymore. Without us, it's not any of the countries that are represented here. And we want to work with the countries. We want to work with them. We're not looking to destroy them. I could have said 39, 40%. I could have said I want a 70% tariff, then we make money with Switzerland. But Switzerland would have been probably destroyed, financially destroyed. I don't want to do that. But we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. I hope Scott's listening to this, because we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. Without us, most of the countries don't even work. And then you have the protection factor. Without our military, which is the greatest in the world by far, without our military, you have threats that you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe. You don't have threats because of us, and that's because of NATO. One other thing, and I have to say it so importantly, in the old days, and I used to say I'm the youngest in the room. Now I'm among the older. I hate to say it. I don't feel old, but I'm among the older. But I remember not long ago, 20, 25 years ago, when good news came out about, let's say, the United States. The United States had a great quarter. The United States had a great month. All the stocks went up. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Now when they say the United States had a record quarter, it's unbelievable how well it's doing, all the stocks crash because they say, oh no, inflation, they're going to raise interest rates. And they do. Some of these stupid people like Powell, they raise interest rates. And what they do is they stop you from being successful. It used to be when we had a great quarter, a great month, great earnings, great anything, any good news, the stock market went up. That's the way it's going to be. We got to do that again because that's the way it should be. Now when we have a great month, they want to kill it. Like we did over 5%. People were surprised. We should do 20%. We could do 25%. When we announce good numbers, and the reason is they're so petrified of inflation. And growth doesn't mean inflation. We've had tremendous growth with very low inflation. In fact, growth can fight inflation, proper growth. So we want to get back to the days when we announce great numbers, because we're going to be announcing phenomenal. You know, all these factories that are being built at record, thousands of businesses are being built right now. Remember, $18 trillion is invested. I think the second number is 3. And that was China many years ago. Investments in the country from outside. 18 trillion, nobody's ever seen. And that's money coming in and building things, factories. Thousands of businesses are being built. Thousands. Hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States. They're coming in from Canada. They're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs. They're coming in from China. They're coming in from all over the world. We have more plants being built now, car plants, than we've ever had built, even in the heyday from the 1940s and 50s. And they're bigger. They don't use renovations anymore where they take an old plant, they rip it down, they build a brand new plant, super modern plant. But it's happening at levels that nobody's ever seen. In 2024, the U.S. built less than 2 million new homes, but Biden admitted more than 8 million new migrants. And those days are over. In 2025, for the first time in 50 years, the United States had reverse migration. Boy, that was nice. And these were criminals that were being taken out of our country because they allowed people to come into our country from jails, from gangs, drug dealers, murderers. 11,888 murderers. We've gotten most of them out. And then ICE gets beat up by stupid people from leadership in Minnesota. We actually are helping Minnesota so much, but they don't appreciate it. Most places do. You know, Washington, D.C. is the safest place now in the United States. It was a very dangerous place to walk, and now you can walk with your wife, your kids, right through the middle of the city. Right now, Washington, D.C. is as safe as it gets. It was one of the most unsafe, I had to admit. We sent in the military, the National Guard. Within 2 months, it was great. Within 3 months, it's like a really great place and a safe place and a beautiful place. It's even been cleaned up. The graffiti's gone. The fences are gone. We don't have to worry about fences anymore. All of the places, the grasses are cut and replaced with new grass in many cases. It's all going to happen in the spring. But Washington and D.C. is beautiful again, and it's safe. New restaurants are opening up. They were all closing. Now you can't get into a restaurant. Restaurants in Washington, D.C. are all opening. Memphis also, Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, Louisiana. We were there for 3 weeks. We've cut the crime down by 64%. Within another month, we'll have virtually no crime there. We can do that all over. We're going to help the people in California. We want to have no crime. I know Gavin was here. I used to get along so great with Gavin when I was president. Gavin's a good guy. And we're going to, if he needed it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd love to see. We did help them a lot in Los Angeles, a lot with the early in my term when they had some problems. But we would love to do it. I will say this, if I were a Democrat governor or whatever, I would call up Trump. I'd say, come on in, make us look good, because we're cutting crime down to nothing. And we're taking people out, career criminals who are only going to do bad things, and we're bringing them back to their countries. But where we've done it has been amazing, and we have a capacity to do it at much greater levels. We're cutting illegal aliens off welfare and other government benefits, and I have directed that starting immediately, there will be no more payments to sanctuary cities, because they are really just sanctuaries for criminals. They're really protecting criminals, and those are the ones we have to get out of the country: murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They emptied their mental institutions into the United States. And despite that, we have the lowest crime numbers that we've ever had in the history of the country. Just came out. But equally importantly, we're cracking down on more than $19 billion in fraud that was stolen by Somalian bandits. Can you believe that they turned out to be higher IQ than we thought? I always say these are low IQ people. How did they go into Minnesota and steal all that money? And we have, they're pirates. They're good pirates, right? But we shoot them out of the water just like we shoot the drug boats out. They're not pirating too many boats lately, do you notice? When they go out into those boats, they want to take over $1.5 billion tanker loaded up with oil. And they say, we're going to blow up your boat. They have powerful weapons. You hit the side of the boat, you blow the whole thing up. The insurance companies are petrified. So they say, just give them the boat. We'll give them money instead. And I don't do that. We blow them right the hell out of the water. We see them going out, we blow them out of the water. We don't have any pirates so much anymore. If we do, they won't be there long. We've cut down with the hitting of the boats that are loaded up with drugs, including submarines. Can you believe they actually buy small, they call mini subs, very fast. They're meant for drugs. We've knocked out 2 of them. The Democrats say they were fishing. You have ruined somebody's fishing weekend, I would say. A submarine is not a fishing boat. You don't fish. But we've knocked down drugs by water, the oceans, the sea, by 97.2%. Think of that. And I actually say, who the hell are the 3%? Because I would not want to be piloting one of those boats. We knocked them down, and now we're going to start on land. We're going to knock it all out. The land is the easy part. What we did on sea is incredible, and that's our great military. The situation in Minnesota reminds us that the West cannot mass import foreign cultures which have failed to ever build a successful society of their own. I mean, we're taking people from Somalia, and Somalia is it's not a nation. Got no government, got no police, got no military, got no nothing. And then we have this fake congressperson who they just reported is worth $30 million. You believe this? Ilhan Omar, talking about the Constitution provides me. She comes from a country that's not a country. And she's telling us how to run America. Not going to get away with it much longer, let me tell you. The explosion of prosperity and conclusion and progress that built the West did not come from our tax codes. It ultimately came from our very special culture. This is the precious inheritance that America and Europe have in common. We share it. We share it, but we have to keep it strong. We have to become stronger, more successful, and more prosperous than ever. We have to defend that culture and rediscover the spirit that lifted the West from the depths of the Dark Ages to the pinnacle of human achievement. We live in an incredible, changing period. It's an unbelievable time, but we have to take advantage of the time that we're in. In our hands are technologies that our ancestors could scarcely have. I mean, they couldn't have even dreamt some of the things that we see today. And so rapidly they're produced. I mean, AI, 2 years ago, nobody ever heard of the term, and now everybody's talking about it. And it can have some very good purpose. It could also have some dangerous purpose, and for that we have to watch out. But some tremendous things are happening because of it. And we're leading by so much. We're doing so well. But opportunities that are bigger and grander than ever before in human history are right before us. It is the pioneers in this room. Many of you in this room are true pioneers. You're two truly brilliant people. Just your ability to get a ticket is brilliant because you have about 50 people for every seat. I don't know what. That's Larry. Everything Larry touches turns to gold. He made this very successful. But you're in this room, and some of you are the greatest leaders anywhere in the world. You're the greatest brains anywhere in the world. And the future is unlimited, and to a large part because of you, and we have to protect you, and we have to cherish you. I always say we have to cherish our brilliant people because there aren't many of them. So together with confidence, boldness, and persistence, let us lift up our people, grow our economies, defend our shared destiny, and build a future for our citizens that is more ambitious, more exciting, more inspiring, and greater than the world has ever seen. We're in a position to do things that nobody else has ever even thought of before. And many of the people in this room are the ones that are doing it, and I want to congratulate you, and I'm with you all the way. You can do things that nobody else can even think about. So I congratulate you on your tremendous success. And the United States is back, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. And I'll see you around. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Donald Trump speaking to the World Economic Forum in Davos, an hour and 12-minute address, partly on script and partly his own remarks, many of them about Greenland. A couple of things to note here. He said that he will not use force against Greenland and called for immediate negotiations to secure Greenland. He also made a comment about Canada being ungrateful. He's taking questions now at the forum meeting.
You made the job for the moderator really easy. Thank you, Mr. President, for your speech. I do have a few follow-up questions, if it's okay. I don't think I should start with Greenland, maybe. I'll start with the economy. The U.S. economy is doing really well. But how to sustain this growth moving forward? Because there's always a recession looming around the corner.
Well, you know, the one thing about economies and recessions is sometimes you get hit unexpectedly and there's nothing you can do about it. All brilliant people, but there's nothing. One example was COVID. We had an economy going at levels like nobody had ever seen my first 2.5, 3 years. And then I heard the word pandemic, not COVID. They came up with that name over a period of time. We won't get into that. But I heard the word pandemic. And I had a poll come out that was so strong just prior to that, and I was with the two best pollsters, McLaughlin and Fabrizio, and they said, sir, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, if they came back and ran as president and vice president, they couldn't beat you. And then what happened is the following day, I was told to stay tuned, because there's something really bad happening in China. There are bodies laying all over Wuhan, right around that certain building that we talk about. I always said it came from Wuhan. It did come from Wuhan. And they were body bags. We saw it by satellite. And they said there are strange things happening in China. And so it began. And we ended up with the COVID, and the whole world suffered. We did a phenomenal job. I don't think we got the credit we deserved. We did something that Operation Warp Speed, which some people say was one of the greatest military feats ever. We did a great job. Used our military, used a lot of people. But sometimes you get hit with things, nothing you can do. You get hit with things like that unexpectedly. And we got through it. And when I left, the stock market was higher than it was previous to the COVID coming up. And I called it a great achievement. But things happen. Bad things happen. The things that we can stop are wars, if we're smart. That we can stop. Those are a matter of being intelligent and having intelligent people on the other side. Because wars are the worst of all. Wars are worse than anything. But we can stop wars because that's sort of up to us. But things like dust flying in the air, wherever COVID comes from or whatever comes, sometimes you have to be a little bit lucky. But we are poised to have an economy like no other, not only in this country, but anywhere. And you know, when you hear the kind of numbers that I can tell you that Scott Bessent was with me the other day, and he's looking at numbers. He said, I can't. And that's all he's done his whole life, pretty much your whole life. Scott, you weren't going to be a football player, I don't think. Scott was not that great at football, but he was always good at numbers, right? And he was looking at numbers. He said, I've never seen anything like this. We're poised to do things that no other country has ever done. And, you know, luck, I hate to say it, but we need a little luck. We don't want to get hit by something that nobody could have thought. Whoever thought we were going to hit by a pandemic? You know, when I heard the word pandemic, I said, oh, that's an ancient problem. World War I, they lost 100 million people. It actually ended World War I. A lot of people don't know. The Spanish flu in World War I ended the war because all the soldiers were sick. The soldiers were so sick on both sides, and that war was raging, and they were all dying from the Spanish flu. They were sick as dogs. They couldn't fight. So, you know, you don't know how that would have turned out. But so we do, I mean, subject to that, and I always have to put a caveat in for it, but we're poised to have the greatest growth of any large country, I think any country that there's been. When you look at what's happening in the United States, it's really amazing.
Thank you. One thing that maybe keeps you up at night, I know you don't sleep that much anyway, Mr. President, is the debt. The U.S. debt is high, is now the biggest expenditure on your budget. How to get out of that impasse?
Well, the big thing is growth. I mean, growth is the way. If we grow like this, we go from having at $37 trillion. We go from having high debt to low debt. But we also are cutting expenses, you know, the old-fashioned way. We have extraordinary growth. I think we're going to be growing our way out. I think we're going to be paying off debt. We're taking in tremendous money from tariffs fairly. And again, I'm using them judiciously. You know, Switzerland's a case study. I could have gotten much more. I could have asked for much more. But we're using them judiciously. But I think growth, most importantly, and then cutting costs. Now, if you take a look at Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud and other things. People going to airports, they came into the country, they don't have 10 cents, and they're leaving with hundreds of thousands of cash in their bags. When we get to that, and our DOJ, Pam, and Todd, and all the people that work over there, and all of the people that work in here, I can tell you, Scott Bessent is working on that. It's a priority, right? You have your whole team. We're in there looking for where this money is coming from, how much it is. It could be more than $19 billion. Can you believe that? That's just one state. If we were able to cut out 50% of the fraud, 50%, and we should be able to do better than that, we would have a balanced budget without having to talk about even growth. So we have a lot of options, but we're working very hard on that. That's a big deal. It's not just the the protests, the fake protests done by agitators and, professional insurrectionists. That's what they are. They're professional troublemakers. But we are looking very strong at the money, too, in Minnesota and other places.
I think, Mr. President, also the $500 billion invested in artificial intelligence and the frontier technologies last year also were driving growth exponentially in the U.S.
Well, AI has been a big factor. AI is massive. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg showed me a plant where he put it over a map of Manhattan, and it was basically the size of Manhattan. This is not, I said, you got to be kidding. It's a plant that was miles long, miles wide, very high. I don't think it was high like the Empire State Building, but it was high. And it literally covered most of the island of Manhattan. That's called a big plant. And, when I heard they're going to spend $50 billion building it, I said, if you spend $50 million, you can build a nice little shopping center. If you spend $500 million, you can build a good shopping center. But how do you spend $50 billion? When I looked at this thing, I said, you think you'll be able to do it for that? It's amazing when, some of the plants that I see, and I see them all. And again, so big as we're letting them build their own electric generation. This way we have no problem. And otherwise they'd be complaining. There'd be nobody able to be, we have an old grid system. And not only that, they're going to sell at a very cheap price the excess electricity that they create back into our grid. So that'll solve some problems for certain states that don't have enough electricity.
We also know that on the AI, there is fierce competition between the U.S. as the largest economy in the world, 27% of the global GDP and 5% of the global population, not doing that badly, and China. And we know that competition is very tough on AI. I know you're heading to a state visit to China in April. How do you see the U.S.-China relationship moving forward? Are you able to combine this tough competition with also collaboration?
So I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi and with President Putin. Talk about, the larger powers. But I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi of China. He's an incredible man. What he's done is amazing. He's highly respected by everybody. And I do now. I mean, now I have good. It was very severely interrupted by COVID. I used to call it the China virus, but he said, do you think you could use a different name? And I decided to do that because why should we have a problem over that? But I would do that, and they were. You're a
true diplomat, huh?
I became a diplomat for the first time. Well, who taught me that? Marco Rubio. He said, let me teach you about diplomacy. Hey, any guy that gets approved by 100% of the votes, think of it, he got liberal Democrats and radical right Republicans to approve him. He's the only one. The next one was lost 45 votes, right? But he got all 100 votes voting for him. And at first I wasn't happy about it. I said, wait a minute, I don't like that. And now it turns out that the Democrats probably wish they didn't do that. And Marco has been fantastic. Marco, stand up, please. You have done a great job as Secretary of State. He's going to go down as the best Secretary of State. And Scott, and we have Susie, who's the first female Chief of Staff, and she's the best Chief of Staff, too. And I see Howard Lutnick, who I know spoke. And Howard's fantastic. Some of the deals we're doing are great. And I want to pay particular attention because we have Chris. And Chris, you got up and spoke, I think. He's the #1 oil man in the world because I was going to put Doug Burgum, who's fantastic. I don't know if Doug's here. Is Doug here? Doug Burgum is fantastic. He said, sir, there's one man better than me. And he introduced me to Chris. And he turns out to be. So we're drilling more oil and gas now than we ever have by almost double. Is that right, Chris? And on top of it, we got a lot coming out of Venezuela. So anyway, so we're doing great. The country is just doing great. We have great people. Thank you. And I see other people. We have Steve Witkoff. We have Jared. I got so many people. I'm in trouble because when I go back, they're going to be people with long faces. Sir, you didn't introduce me. I got so many people. And we have a lot of the greatest people anywhere in the world. I know them all. So I won't continue because we'd be here all day.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also know that you're a deal maker, and then maybe coming back to Greenland and Ukraine. What kind of deal in the end do you see between the U.S. And Denmark? Because, I guess you see it now as a negotiation going on, or?
Well, it's costing Denmark hundreds of millions a year to run it. And Denmark's a small country and wonderful people. But, it's very expensive. It's a very big piece of ice. And it's very important. I mean, I don't want to repeat the speech, but it's very important that we use that for national and international security. That can create a power that will make it impossible for the bad guys to do anything against the perceived good ones. And it's a great block for Europe, just like, Denmark was supposed to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. They didn't spend the money. They didn't spend anything almost. And we'll see what happens. I just say this. NATO has treated the United States of America very unfairly. We never asked for anything. We never got anything. We actually took care of the needs of NATO for years and years, which I felt was always unfair. So I got NATO to pay because they're rich countries. But I think it's time that NATO step up. We're helping them with Ukraine. Without us, I think Putin would have gone all the way. I think we have it. I think there could have been a World War III, if you want to know the truth. If Kamala was elected, or Joe, any one of those, those thinkers, I think you could have ended up in World War III. And I will say Steve Witkoff has been dealing incredibly with. But we're not going to have World War III. We want to get it stopped, but we're not going to have World War III. I think if I wasn't elected, I think that could have evolved into World War III. It was a very, very bad situation. And it still is, but it's not that kind of bad. It's bad because so many young people are being killed.
How close do you think there is on an agreement on Ukraine? I had the pleasure of speaking with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner yesterday. I know they're working hard on it. I know that they're also traveling now. Do you see this very close or still?
Well, I hate to say it. I thought that was going to be so. I settled 8 wars plus. And I thought that was going to be one of my easier ones. Not the easiest. Some I settled in a matter of hours because I'm good at that stuff. The United Nations should be doing this. I shouldn't be doing it, but it doesn't matter. It's got to get done, saving a lot of lives. We're saving millions of lives. With Ukraine, Russia, there's tremendous hatred between President Zelensky and President Putin. That's not good. That's not good for settlements. We know from dealing. There's abnormal hatred. With that being said, I think Russia wants to make a deal. I think Ukraine wants to make a deal. And we're going to try getting a deal done. I think, Steve, I can say that we're reasonably close. But what happens is oftentimes we'll have a deal with Russia. Russia's set, and President Zelensky will not do it. You saw that when he was in the Oval Office. I was not happy. And then we'll have President Zelensky wants to make a deal, and Putin doesn't want to make the deal. It's a very difficult balance, and it's big time, and it is. To use a word, it's a bloodbath. It's horrible what's happening. It's a drone war. The drones are killing, thousands of people a week. Thousands. We have to get it stopped. So I believe they're at a point now. I'm going to meet with President Zelensky later today. I believe they're at a point now where they can come together and get a deal done. And if they don't, they're stupid. That goes for both of them. And I know they're not stupid. But if they don't get this done, they are stupid. So I don't want to insult anyone, but you got to get this deal done. Too many people are dying. It's not worth it.
President Sisi is sitting on the first row here. He spoke earlier today and also complimented you on the Gaza deal. I think there will be a signing tomorrow. Of course, there are different views on this, but how important do you think this signing is on the Board of Peace? And do you think this is going to sustain? Do you think we now will see Gaza reconstructed and the billions of US dollars invested?
I do. I think we have peace in the Middle East. There are some little situations like Hamas and Hamas has agreed to give up their weapons. Now, you know, they were born with a weapon in their hand, so it's not easy to do. When they were born with a rifle in their hand. It's not an easy thing for them, but that's what they agreed to. They've got to do it. And we're going to know, Jared, over the next 2 or 3 days, certainly over the next 3 weeks, whether or not they're going to do it. If they don't do it, they'll be blown away very quickly. They'll be blown away. You know, we have 59 countries that are part of that whole peace deal. And some of those countries aren't even they're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East traditionally. And they want to come in and take out Hamas. They want to come in. They want to do whatever they can. There's a problem with Hezbollah in Lebanon, and we'll see what happens there. But that's a problem. But there are these little flames. But there's peace in the Middle East. Now, had we not gone in and knocked out with those big, beautiful, we just ordered 25 brand new ones, the latest and the greatest, the B-2 bomber. Think of them. They went in there at 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, no light, no nothing, and every single one of those massive bombs hit its target, 100,000-pound bombs hit its target, every one of them. And then on top of it, from a submarine 300 miles away, we hit the sites with Tomahawks, which is an unbelievable weapon. So, you know, we did our job. If we didn't do that, you would have never had peace in the Middle East. And the countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar could never have, and others could never have signed anything because you would have had this dark cloud, and the dark cloud was Iran with nuclear. Iran would, if we didn't take them out, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 months. They were very close to having the nuclear weapon, and we hit them hard. And it was a total obliteration. If they may try again, but they're going to have to try from a different area because that area was obliterated. Incredible thing we did, and because we did that, we were able to make peace. If we didn't do that, I would say, Jared and Steve, if we didn't do that, there was no chance of making peace because the countries I just named and other countries could have never signed off. They were afraid. They were afraid. We had a bully. The bully was Iran, the bully of the Middle East. They used to call it for years. They were the bully of the Middle East. They're not the bully of the Middle East anymore.
Mr. President, I know you even had to change plane last night, so I guess you didn't have much sleep, but I think you're... But your energy is still there. I know you have several bilateral meetings. I know you're also hosting a reception. So thank you so much for coming back to Davos. Thank you so much. It's highly appreciated.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, very much.
Thank you.
President Donald Trump, 1 hour and 30 minutes commanding the main stage at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. I'm going to give you a few comments about what he said, important indications of the route way forward for the U.S. and for Europe. In particular, Donald Trump says he will not use force against Greenland. He will not use excessive force, he said. I can't. He also called for immediate negotiations on the U.S. position to take over Greenland. He wasn't able, pressed in that Q&A, to say what a deal would look like or how to get there, but he was calling for negotiations instead of a military or other annexation. So those are the top lines. There was a lot in his hour-and-a-half presentation, and we're going to drill down on many of the salient points with a team of analysis from many reporters and many capitals. We've got Mike Crawley joining us from Washington, Catherine Cullen, who's following this in Ottawa, Crystal Gumansing for us in London, covering the European negotiations and the NATO stuff in Donald Trump's speech. And also Peter Armstrong is with me here in the studio to talk about what the markets are saying about Trump saying there will be no excessive force leading into Greenland. I also want to bring you a comment that he made. We have been waiting about whether he would respond to Mark Carney's provocative speech yesterday at the Davos Forum. And here's what the president said about Canada.
Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your prime minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
So that from the president about Canada and Mark Carney's speech yesterday. I want to bring in Mike Crawley, our correspondent in Washington. Well, there you have it. He was watching Mark Carney, and that's what he said. What was behind that?
Certainly sounds like a veiled threat there, Susan, doesn't it? Better watch himself next time he speaks. Look, I think it's interesting that Carney's speech has been, was brought to Trump's attention. As obviously, Canada isn't necessarily the biggest thing on his mind at the moment, but you called it a provocative speech from Carney. I guess it definitely provoked Trump. I think what people are going to be wanting to know now is whether that position that Carney is taking, the sort of really calling out Trump's tactics, is seen as a sign of strength. That's what a lot of folks are saying. It's time to stand up to what Trump is doing rather than flattering him like a lot of world leaders have been doing. So. There's that watch yourself threat hanging over this, but I didn't hear anything very specific about what Trump is wanting to do. I actually really think obviously that's the biggest thing in the speech for a Canadian audience, but the more profound stuff is on NATO, really. The way he tied his ambitions for Greenland to his grievances over NATO, really minimizing the significance of the ask for Greenland, calling it, a piece of ice, while at the same time talking about how important it is. It's right in the middle of, in his words, between U.S. and Russia and China. And then, slamming NATO, saying, we've done so much for NATO, never got anything from NATO, ignoring all of the contributions of NATO nations. I think those are the real implications that world leaders are going to be concerned about.
Mike, I'm going to go to Catherine Cullen in just a moment, but on that point, one thing he said really stood out to me. After he said, we want negotiations, we want use force with Greenland, he said, we want a piece of that, a tiny piece of ice, that cold place, poorly located for world international protection. That's why we want it. And then he said, they have a choice. They can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or they can say no, and we will remember. Sounds like a veiled threat as well.
Yeah, I actually that was a quote that I pulled up as a veiled threat. So. We will remember. It's very ominous, isn't it? You can. He's kind of gotten at this a little bit over the past number of weeks. There was, I think the wording was, you can do it the easy way or can do it the hard way, right? This is Donald Trump, the deal maker, leverage. It's just ramped up, and the way that it is linked to. His feelings about NATO, that's also a bit on the ominous side there, Susan.
Thanks, Mike. Catherine Cullen, turning to you in Ottawa. Obviously, interesting comments about Canada. Do you want to add on that?
I think the phrase, more than anything that is going to come out of this for Canadians is Canada lives because of the United States. Obviously a chilling phrase, and again, perhaps not a surprise in light of many of the things Donald Trump has said in the past about the United States. But a big question that came from Mark Carney's speech yesterday, which has been widely viewed in Canada as a significant one, the articulation of a kind of Carney doctrine building on a lot of ideas that the Prime Minister has already put forward in his time in office, was how would Donald Trump react? Trump was not named specifically in a speech that called for middle powers like Canada to work together when large powers are not using their power appropriately. Clearly, Donald Trump was paying attention, and the consequences for Canada here, I think, are numerous. Obviously, all of this is coming at a time where we are in the midst of looking at a CUSMA review, so Trump's ire is certainly not going to be a good thing for Canada if indeed that is where he remains focused. But of course, it's right to talk about this bigger backdrop of NATO and Greenland. And I think when we ask ourselves what the actions are that we might see from Mark Carney in order to live by what he talked about in the speech, right at the end, he talks about the capacity to stop pretending. We have something too, the capacity to stop pretending, to name reality, to build our strength at home and act together. So how will Mark Carney demonstrate the kinds of things he's talking about? I think that may in its own way be a moving target. Just how far Donald Trump goes in the days ahead to fulfill his sort of lust for Greenland may to some extent force the Prime Minister's hand. He has to decide to what extent he's going to follow through on the desire to speak truth to power to some extent that he put forward in that speech.
All right, we'll be back to you, Catherine. Turning to London and Crystal Gomansing. Crystal, a couple of things out of his speech. One about, he said he didn't want to insult Europe, but he said they're heading in a wrong direction and doing it poorly. He also threw the gauntlet there to say, you know, you have to line up behind my aspirations for Greenland or else, in a fashion. That's what he was saying. Have you heard any initial reaction, or what do you think Europe will be talking about today, later today?
Well, Europeans will definitely be talking about this speech that lasted, as you said, an hour and a half. Well, he said he didn't want to insult anyone. He definitely insulted a number of countries. Overall, insulted pretty much everybody, saying that most countries wouldn't work without us. Without us, they wouldn't have protection, specifically saying the U.S. gets nothing out of NATO. As for Europe specific, he talked about how he believes deeply in the bonds we share with Europe, but at the same time, he said that Europe and those countries have to get out of the culture they have created. That's a vague line that he uses, a thinly veiled line, to talk about immigration, to talk about refugees entering the country. He also talked about the fact, saying that, you know, he wants to have strong allies, not seriously weakened allies. And he issued a number of taking threats off the table and then throwing them back on. He talked about where he said, you know, we're not going to use force against Greenland. We want it to be given to us. We want the title and the deed for Greenland because we don't want to defend something that we don't own. But then again, slapping that threat back on, that we'll remember if you don't. So there is a lot to dig into, a lot of very negative talk when it comes to Europe. And Europe was already pretty much aligned, Susan. We had leaders from all over talking about the fact that the European Union, the bloc of 27 nations, plus all of its allies, like Canada, like the UK, had to work together. They had to come together to show a united front. Now, there's a lot of people, including the U.S. president, who look at Europe and say, well, you can't really do anything. Look how big and powerful we are. There is a lot that Europe could do. Europe, of course, is going to potentially not vote on that package deal for the trade tariffs with the United States. That could end up being something they could build out on those tariffs. There's also more than 40 American bases across Europe. It's possible that, you know, the European leaders could look at America and say, listen, if you don't want to work with us, if you think that we're nothing without you, you can take some of your troops out of our locations. So there is a lot at play here. Europeans so far being very quiet. We're not hearing an automatic rush to respond to this. So they are taking a measured approach. We did hear others, like UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, before Trump's speech, saying the United Kingdom will not yield to Donald Trump. And of course, tomorrow there is that massive European emergency summit that will take place in Brussels. I anticipate tomorrow is when we will hear some clear, strong statements in response to Europe being told that they're really nothing, that Greenland's people being told that, you know, Greenland is a big piece of ice, a big, beautiful piece of ice that's basically uninhabited and underdeveloped. There will be a strong response to some of these comments.
Crystal, just briefly, because we're going to get into more of that European response, of course. There was quite a bit of talk about Zelensky and Ukraine and Russia in his speech. He said that he is meeting with the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, later today. He said that Ukraine and Russia are close to an agreement, and if they don't accept it now, quote, they're stupid. Where does that leave the negotiations on trying to end or at least get a ceasefire in that war?
Well, these talks have been ongoing for months now, and they haven't progressed to any real change. We have thousands of Ukrainians in the capital without power, without heat. Currently, as we speak, Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, said the whole Greenland issue is important, but it is overshadowing the need for peace in Ukraine. At this point, we have not seen Russian President Vladimir Putin saying that he would agree to anything on the table. That from the last thing we heard from him when it came to ending the war in Ukraine, that the root issues of the war had to be addressed first. So while there's talk about the ending the war, everyone agrees the war needs to end. Actually ending it doesn't seem any closer.
All right, Crystal, thank you for that analysis. I know you'll have much more as the day goes on. Now, talking about business, that's what this economic forum is normally all about. Peter Armstrong joining us. How are the markets reacting to no military force? At least that's what he says today.
So, I mean, this isn't an endorsement, but a recognition that markets are a little bit more cynical than the political side of things. They have a very low bar. And in what was a rambling speech, they glommed onto the one thing that was of substance, and that is that line that we will not use force to acquire Greenland. And lo and behold, markets are up. European markets are up. Everyone but the DAX is up. Here in North America, the TSX, the S&P 500, the Dow's up almost a full point. The Russell 2000, the small cap is up like a point and a third. It speaks to what investors have been trying to do throughout this whole first term of like just see through what you might call the craziness and look for elements of substance that they can say, well, that's important. That has changed. And the rhetoric, and Crystal, everybody spoke about it quite eloquently. The rhetoric, especially around NATO, is alarming. It is new. It is something we haven't heard, certainly not in a forum like this before. And yet there's not a lot of substance around it. It doesn't, he didn't say anything that materially changes the debate, the path forward, except for this one declaration, and take it for what it is. He could change his mind on it by the time he does the scrum on his way out the door. But this notion that he has taken force off the table in terms of acquiring Greenland has given the markets, at least, and investors a sense of, okay, well, then maybe yesterday's hasty sell-off wasn't as necessary as we thought, and we can get back on the track of making money.
But he's not giving much indication about what way forward there is.
No.
He's dumped it in NATO's lap and in Denmark, making it clear he wants a deal.
Sure. And what that deal might look like. Like, I think there were a lot of people that assumed when the bond market started rising yesterday and markets were selling off that there would be a step back, that Trump would arrive in Davos and say, OK, let's work out some kind of a negotiated agreement here where NATO powers or where Denmark increases military capacity on Greenland. And that addresses in Trump's mind what he needed to see, and he can step back from the brink. That's not what happened. And yet there wasn't really a course forward set. There wasn't really a sense of how this will unfold, where this will go. And so I think investors, and again, not an endorsement, but I think investors largely shrugged at the speech, glommed onto this one note of we won't use military power, and went back to trading stocks on the positive side. It does speak to the cynicism of Wall Street, don't get me wrong, but it is sort of a sense of where we're at. You know, you look at Catherine Cullen was talking about the impact in Canada. He brought up cars and said, you know, look, all of these factories are coming back. Mexico's coming back. Canada's coming back. Japan's coming back. That should have material impact on the stocks of some of these companies that are publicly traded. And, you know, we'll do a deeper dive on the numbers, you know, through the afternoon. But it doesn't seem to be that people are glomming onto those specifics. They're just looking at that one line about him in the moment. It didn't even feel all that scripted. that they're not going to use force.
Oh, much of it didn't appear to be scripted.
No.
There was a few remarks about affordable housing at the end, which was supposed to be the subject of his whole speech. Useful to remind viewers that Donald Trump is in Davos today and tomorrow. So there's lots of things that can happen in those bilaterals. We expect to hear more from him. And we're going to have a team of analysts that you've just seen. Peter Armstrong here, our senior business correspondent in Washington, Mike Crawley in London, Crystal Gomansing, and in Ottawa, Catherine Cullen, parsing out the speech to come up with some analysis of where the president is going and what's changed today after his hour-and-a-half-long presentation in Davos. And we have a highlight package, if you will, of Trump's speech, including his remarks on Greenland and his claim that NATO would not come to the aid of the U.S. That's a reference to Article 5, which states that NATO countries come to the defense of an ally when it's under attack. Trump added a question mark about that. It is a fundamental principle of the alliance and something Canada, Denmark, and NATO allies did after 9/11 when the U.S. invaded Afghanistan in pursuit of Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda. We also will hear Trump's shot at Prime Minister Carney and his speech and how tariffs are bringing the auto jobs to the U.S. from Canada and other countries. And just a note, Trump did not touch on these topics all at once. We have edited these highlight clips together. Have a look.
All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time because of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, they buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment. F-35s, F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the Stage 6. It's supposed to be the first Stage 6 plane. Undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO, and that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Thousands of businesses are being built, thousands. Hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States. They're coming in from Canada. They're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs. They're coming in from China. They're coming in from all over the world. We have more plants being built now, car plants, than we've ever had built, even in the heyday from the 1940s and 50s.
You just heard some of it. Breaking news out of Davos. The U.S. president tells the World Economic Forum about his plans for Greenland. Hello and welcome inside the CBC newsroom. I'm Arthi Pohl, and we begin with the news from Donald Trump. In a long, meandering, off-script speech that carried on for more than an hour, the world got clarity on one question that had been looming since the U.S. president began making threats to take control of Greenland. Today, we heard Trump say the U.S. will not use force to take the Danish territory.
People thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now.
So for Canadians who may have been questioning this country's security, there's perhaps a bit of relief hearing that from Trump, that he's not considering using force to take Greenland. However, on defense for Canada, Trump took aim at the sharp remarks Prime Minister Mark Carney made yesterday at the forum in Davos, pointing to the way the U.S. has been operating under Trump with economic and security threats and imperialistic aspirations. So this is what Trump had to say about Canada and the Prime Minister.
Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
Directly talking to the Prime Minister in that last clip, I want to bring in the CBC's Willie Lowry from the U.S. Capitol. Of course, he was listening in to that longer than an hour speech as well. A lot to digest from everything that we've heard from the highlights. Of course, he talked about the domestic situation in the United States following 1 year in office in the second term, but a lot about the international situation as well. Let's talk about what stood out to you as he was sitting in Europe talking about European security and partnership.
Absolutely, Arthi. Long and meandering indeed. And European leaders may have breathed a momentary sigh of relief when Trump said that he would not use military force to take Greenland. But it was short-lived because almost immediately after he said he called for immediate negotiations to acquire it. And the tenor of his speech was that European countries and the NATO alliance essentially relied completely on the U.S., that without the support of the U.S., they were more or less nothing. And he listed a long, long list of grievances that he had with Europe, of grievances that he had with NATO, essentially saying that NATO, that he didn't trust NATO to come to the defense of the U.S. I should note, of course, that NATO fought alongside the U.S. for years in Afghanistan. But let's take a listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything. except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland.
And Arthi, on the subject of Canada, you know, there were questions of when we would hear his reaction to the speech, whether he listened to it. Of course, he made clear that he heard it and he did not like it.
And now, Willie, too, Trump also spoke at length about Russia and Ukraine, and that was in a question and answer portion also that was following his address to the World Economic Forum. Tell us a little bit more about what he had to say about that war now in its fourth year.
That's right, Arthi. He has made a great deal about stopping wars. He calls himself, of course, the president of peace. By his views, he's ended 8 conflicts, but he's made clear that the one he really wants to stop and that he is surprised at how difficult it has been is the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And he said that he believed he was close to negotiating an end to that war, that he believed both Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky were ready to accept a ceasefire deal. Let's take a brief listen to what he had to say there.
I think Russia wants to make a deal. I think Ukraine wants to make a deal. And we're going to try getting a deal done. We're getting, I think, Steve, I think I can say that we're reasonably close. But what happens is oftentimes we'll have a deal with Russia. Russia's set, and President Zelensky will not do it. You saw that when he was in the Oval Office. I was not happy. And then we'll have President Zelensky who wants to make a deal, and Putin doesn't want to make the deal. It's a very difficult balance. And it's big time, and it is, you know, to use a word, it's a bloodbath. It's horrible what's happening. It's a drone war. The drones are killing, you know, thousands of people a week, thousands. We have to get it stopped.
He went on to say that both leaders would be, quote, stupid if they did not reach an agreement to end this conflict soon. He also said that he would be meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky later today. Zelensky canceled his trip to Davos yesterday because of Russian attacks on the country's energy sector. So perhaps that is a virtual meeting. We'll have to wait to learn more.
And Willie, we're just learning now because Trump has been speaking at the World Economic Forum in these small sessions, and he is saying that he will meet with Ukraine Zelensky on Thursday, in fact. So there is the rescheduling. Thank you for this, Willie. That is the CBC's Willie Lowry joining us from Washington. So for more on all of this and what we heard from the U.S. president, let's bring in former U.S. ambassador to Denmark, Alan Leventhal. He joins us now from Boston. Thank you for making time for us.
So delighted to be with you, Arthi.
You know, I do want to start, even though the U.S. president began with a lot of domestic topics, I do want to talk about the geopolitical situation, the security issues hovering over Europe, including Greenland as well. What did you make of his statements that he had to say there in terms of the United States being the only nation strong enough to capture Greenland, but also saying that he will not use force to take control of the Danish territory?
Well, Arthi, I've been very concerned about the threat of military force in Greenland. In my view, it would represent, if not the end of NATO, a NATO which we do not see today. It would affect trade relationships between the EU and the U.S. Our trading relationship between the EU and U.S. is $1.6 trillion a year, the largest trading bloc in the world. And that represents 5 million jobs in America. So I was very concerned about where we were headed. I understand the president is still focused on an acquisition of Greenland. I will tell you the people of Greenland want to remain independent. They have 80% plus have said that in polls. But what I don't understand is this whole notion that we have to own Greenland in terms of getting the security arrangements we want. We have an agreement dating from 1951, which allows us, permits us to have the base. We have a Bidufik space base, less than 1,000 miles from the North Pole. It gives us the right to build many more bases across Greenland. And if we want to change that agreement, Denmark would support it and Greenland would support it. So we can get whatever we want within the context of our existing agreement or modifying the agreement. So I just don't understand it. And I've been to Greenland 6 times, and I've been to Bidufik 3 times during my tenure as ambassador.
You know, Ambassador Leventhal, part of what is also being dissected here, of course, is the language that the U.S. president was using. And when he was talking about acquiring Greenland, he said, we're asking for a piece of ice. They won't give it to us. They could say yes, and we would be appreciative, or say no, and we will remember. How did you take that? It sounds like a threat. It comes off as a threat.
Well, I don't want to get into how the president's comments are perceived. What I'm focused on is how do we move forward from here? And I would hope that I know the Danish government will work constructively, because the Danes, they view the U.S. like an older brother. They have suffered casualties and deaths side by side with America in Afghanistan and Iraq, and at numbers at per capita equal or higher than the U.S. So the Danes have this great love of the U.S. and would do anything for the U.S. I would hope that moving forward, we can work through this. The security arrangements for the Arctic are important. The Arctic is warming 4 times the rate of the rest of the planet. We're going to see sea routes opened up. We're going to see minerals on seabeds be available. This is something that is of concern, but we can all do this within the context of our existing relationships. And I hope that's the way we will proceed.
Of course, we need to discuss the situation involving Canada. Canada has been watching a crisis involving Greenland very closely, in particular because similar threats have been made by the U.S. president in terms of acquiring the country of Canada. And there have been memes that he has sent out over social media. And we know that Canada's Prime Minister did deliver quite a provocative and a sharp speech yesterday in which he did call out the threats to Canada and the use of economic powers or tariffs being weaponized against middle powers. And we heard the U.S. president address those today when he spoke in Davos. And he said that Canada should be grateful to us, that they will be defended using that golden dome. They get a lot of freebies. And the next time the Prime Minister makes a statement, he should remember that Canada would not exist without the United States. What did you make of that? A lot of Canadians listening into that, of course, we have feared Arctic security here ever since the U.S. president has started making threats, and then watching what happened in Venezuela, too.
Well, when I was in Denmark, I worked with your very able Canadian ambassador to Denmark, former member of parliament. And we had discussions about this. I think the focus has to be on, what are the security needs? How do we move forward? I'm less focused on the rhetoric, and I'm more focused on how do we move forward in a constructive way. In the same way in Greenland and the security needs of the U.S., how do we work with Denmark, with Greenland to achieve those? That is all, I believe, possible. I just don't get overly concerned about the rhetoric.
Ambassador Leventhal, I want to thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate it.
So nice to be with you, Arthi. Thank you.
That is Alan Leventhal. He is a former U.S. ambassador to Denmark. So, as you heard, Trump seemed to make it clear, at least for now, that he has no intention to use force in Greenland. But he's still unrelenting in his efforts to acquire it. And at several points in the speech, he tried to present U.S. control of Greenland as a necessity. He suggested European countries, including NATO members, are failing to protect the island.
We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States.
The CBC's Crystal Gumansing is in London and keeping an eye on European reaction to that speech delivered by the U.S. president. What are you hearing so far, Crystal?
Well, Arthi, that is a very strongly worded statement from U.S. President Donald Trump, really laying out exactly why the Americans want Greenland, saying that it is for the protection not only of those in Greenland, but across Europe and even Canada. But the point that he never gets to is what the Danish and the Europeans have said, is that there's a base in Greenland that the U.S. has. They could bolster that base. They could beef up those security measures. They could, as a member of NATO, enhance the plans for around Greenland. Instead, he's talking about needing to own it, to have the deed and title so that there would be a reason and morale reasons to defend it. That has, to this point, not hit with those in Greenland or in Danish politicians or anyone across Europe. The response for many weeks now has been that it is a sovereign territory, that it is linked to Denmark, that Greenland and Denmark will decide its fate. And that's what we continue to hear, given his strong remarks, saying that the U.S. wants strong allies, not weak ones, that, he says that the U.S. has not got anything out of NATO, that he's put in everything to NATO, that he's unsure if NATO countries would come to the aid of the U.S. So he is clearly attacking NATO allies. He's clearly attacking Europe, saying, do what we want or else. We just maybe now know that the or else won't be military action, but there are other things that he could do to try to bend European will. He could hold back on intelligence to Five Eyes. He could add more tariffs. And all of these points have European leaders wondering, how do they take their next steps? They are up against a wall here. They don't want to look weak because Trump has said that I don't want weak partners. They also are worried about pushing too far. And that's the line that we heard from the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, before Trump's speech, saying things have changed and Europe really needs to figure out how to move ahead alone.
Whether on our economy or on our security, whether on technology or democracy, we have to be strong in shaping ourselves if we don't want to shape the world around us.
Of course, when Europe talks about going at it alone, it's going at it with the 27 bloc of nations and allies like Canada. So going at it alone is not entirely alone. We will find out more about how Europeans will respond definitely tomorrow at the latest when we have an emergency summit of European leaders in Brussels, Arthi.
And you know, Crystal, you touched on this a little. The implied military threat against Greenland may now be off the table because of what we heard from the U.S. president. But of course, tensions remain high. What have we been hearing from NATO leaders during the forum in Davos on all of this?
Well, NATO countries have been very clear, including Canada and the UK, that they are with Denmark, they are with Greenland, and that articles will stand if there is any sort of attack against Greenland. But there is a push to bring the unity back to NATO. No one wants to see NATO collapse, especially if Trump's comments about the security threat in the high Arctic are in fact seen as true, and they are seen as true, as that it is an important strategic security location. These countries should be working together. Mark Rutte, the Secretary General, has always been very hesitant to say anything negative about Donald Trump. Today, earlier, when he was talking about NATO and the future of NATO, he was very clear that NATO needs the U.S. and the U.S. needs NATO.
President Trump and other leaders are right. We have to do more there. We have to protect the Arctic against Russian and Chinese influence. And that's exactly what NATO ambassadors decided to do in September. We are working on that, making sure that collectively we will defend the Arctic region.
And again, Arthi, if NATO doesn't work collectively together, who does that benefit? Well, it benefits those that the U.S. president and NATO members say are their concerns in the region, with those players like Russia and China. So it is an interesting position that European leaders and NATO members are in right now.
Crystal, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Crystal Gomansing in London. We want to continue to analyze the contents of Donald Trump's speech and get more reaction. So for that, let's now bring in, for a U.S. perspective, Edward Fishman. He is a former U.S. State Department official. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Good to be here, Artie. Thanks for having me on.
So part of what I want to first discuss with you is, of course, the remarks that we heard in terms of Greenland. We know that now the U.S. president says that he is taking force off the table in terms of acquiring Greenland. What other avenues might he pursue? Of course, we've heard economic pressure from tariffs.
Yeah, look, Trump's favored tool has never been military force. I think in the last few weeks, there's been some excitement in the White House about using military force because of the spectacular success of the raid against Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. But Trump, going back to his first term, has always preferred economic warfare over kinetic warfare. He's preferred using tools like tariffs and sanctions and export controls to try to get what he wants. He's already announced that he would be imposing an incremental 10% tariff on a number of European countries by February 1st if they don't agree to a deal to sell Greenland to the United States, and that could go up over time. And look, there are other tools that Trump has at his disposal, like financial sanctions and technology export controls. Look, the thing I would say, though, is that Europe is not defenseless. It does have the ability to retaliate. And I think the big question I'll be looking for in the coming days ahead is if Trump actually sticks with these threats, is Europe going to cave and effectively give in to Trump, or are they actually prepared to back up their threats with action?
Is there the capability to back up their threats with action if that is in fact the case? We heard the U.S. president talk about just how powerful the United States is, and of course giving the example of what happened in Venezuela just to kind of demonstrate how much power it holds.
Look, the United States is the most powerful economic country in the world. That is without question. At the same time, if you look at Europe and the UK and Canada together, if they're going to act as a bloc, I mean, they have similar economic weight to the United States. And this is something that Mark Carney made clear in his speech yesterday, that these middle powers, if they're going to negotiate with the U.S. one-on-one, they're never going to win, right? The divide and conquer strategy is going to be effective. If they can act as a bloc, though, they've got tremendous power. The United States does not have a one-sided economic relationship of dependence with either Canada or Europe. It's not just that Canada is entirely dependent on the United States and it doesn't cut both ways. This is a relationship of interdependence. And so while the U.S. may have the upper hand, there's substantial economic harm that countries in Europe, that Canada could impose on the United States if they decide to do so.
In terms of, because you raised Prime Minister Mark Carney's speech, we had been waiting to see whether or not the U.S. president had heard it or had received the message that was delivered by Canada's Prime Minister. And to that end, he said that Canada's Prime Minister didn't appear very grateful when he delivered his remarks to Davos yesterday, when he called out, of course, the way in which a great power is using economic threats and such to take what it wants. And we heard from the U.S. president, Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, referring to the Prime Minister of Canada, the next time you make your statements. How did you read that message from the U.S. president?
I mean, there's always been tension between Trump and Canada. I think things have gotten a lot better since Prime Minister Carney has come into office, last year. And I think that Carney is, in some ways, showing countries what you can do to respond to Trump's economic pressure. He's not inciting the United States, right? Canada's not going on the economic offensive against the U.S., but they're not rolling over at the same time. I think that is really the lesson of the last year. If you look at the countries who've done the best job of responding to Trump's economic threats, whether it's China or Brazil or India or even Canada, it has been some combination of resolve, resilience, and retaliation. Responding reciprocally to Trump's tariffs and economic pressure, but then also, galvanizing your people to sort of absorb some economic pain. So I understand that Trump may not love Carney's remarks. At the same time, Carney has shown that toughness does actually work when it comes to Trump, and honestly, European leaders would do a good job to themselves if they could take a page out of Carney's book.
You know, Edward, we've, of course, spoken about those remarks surrounding Greenland. That was top of mind for so many as they continue to watch the situation, the potential for the U.S. to take over this Danish territory. And Canadians, of course, were watching to see what he may say about this country as well. But beyond that, I'm wondering what you made of the U.S. president's remarks. As someone who was part of a State Department, there is a team around Trump that is presumably watching all of this, watching it unfold, and is supportive of the U.S. president, or is at least standing by him.
That's right. Look, I think one of the big differences between Trump's second term and his first term is that this time he's really prioritized loyalty above all in his appointments. You know, during his first term, Trump had many of the same instincts that he has now. I mean, even Greenland was a topic that came up during his first term, and during his first term, he also picked economic fights with Canada and Europe. It wasn't just, you know, China and U.S. adversaries that took heat from Trump during his first term. I think the difference was during his first term, he did have a group of very seasoned professionals around him who sometimes would tell him when they thought he was off base, would try to course correct. I think this time around, he really has cheerleaders primarily around him in his cabinet. I would guess that even amongst some of the top officials in the Trump administration, they probably don't believe that it really makes sense for the U.S. to annex Greenland. There's not really any support for that in the United States. If you look at polling, I mean, this is in single digits in terms of Americans who think that the U.S. should be absorbing Greenland. I think the challenge, though, is that no one really feels empowered in his cabinet to actually stand up against Trump.
Edward, I want to thank you for your thoughts and insights on all of this. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
That was Edward Fishman. He is a former U.S. State Department official. Well, the Prime Minister has left Davos, and he left around the same time that Donald Trump arrived. Mark Carney's office also confirms the two leaders did not interact. As we heard, during Trump's speech at the World Economic Forum, the president took aim at Canada's Prime Minister.
Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
We know that relations remain frosty between the two as the trade war continues. And the CBC's Ashley Burke is traveling with the Prime Minister and has more.
The Prime Minister spoke to the head of Sweden and NATO Secretary General in Davos a day after Mark Carney said Canada strongly opposes tariffs on Greenland. Now, he made that comment during a provocative speech at the World Economic Forum yesterday, where he called the U.S. a hegemon. Carney was careful not to directly name Donald Trump in his address, but his words were widely interpreted as criticism of the U.S. Now, he said that middle powers have to stand up against great powers using economic might, including tariffs, to get what they want.
Call it what it is, a system of intensifying great power rivalry where the most powerful pursue their interests using economic integration as coercion. It means acting consistently, applying the same standards to allies and rivals.
Carney said that it's time for middle powers to stop staying silent and come together to criticize economic intimidation, no matter what side it's coming from. It's unclear yet how Trump or his administration interpreted this speech and if they'll react. Now, Carney's trade minister, who is also here for talks, was asked why they're not staying to try and meet with Trump.
There's things to do back in Canada, as you know. Parliament's resuming on Monday. We have our cabinet retreat, and there's things that we've got to take care of for Canadians. I think what we wanted to do here in Davos, we've accomplished that, have many conversations with industry leaders to pitch Canada.
Carney is headed back to Ottawa today after a trip that took him around the globe, from China to Qatar to here in Switzerland, to deepen ties with other countries and try and bring in investment outside of the U.S. Ashley Burke, CBC News, Quarton, Switzerland.
A reminder that we're following breaking news out of Davos. The U.S. president tells the World Economic Forum about his plans for Greenland. Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arthi Pol, and we begin with news from Donald Trump in a long, meandering, off-script speech that carried on for more than an hour. The world got some clarity on one question that had been looming since the U.S. president began making threats to take control of Greenland. Today, we heard Trump say the U.S. will not use force to take the Danish territory.
It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO.
Now, for Canadians who may have been questioning this country's security, perhaps there's a little bit of relief hearing that from Trump, that he's not considering using force to take Greenland. However, on defense for Canada, Trump took aim at the sharp remarks Prime Minister Mark Carney made yesterday. He pointed to the way the U.S. has been operating under Trump with economic and security threats and imperialistic aspirations. So this is what Trump had to say about Canada.
Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
And we want to bring in the CBC's Willie Lowry. He joins us now live from Washington. Willie, you were listening in to that long speech from the U.S. president as well, and where he directed that comment at the Prime Minister. We just heard that clip. He also had some strong words for European leaders. What stood out to you?
Arthi, long might be an understatement, and as you said earlier, it was certainly meandering, touching on a host of different issues. And while European leaders might have breathed a momentary sigh of relief when President Trump said he would not use military force to take Greenland, the concern ratcheted right back up when he said that when he essentially called for immediate negotiations to acquire the island. He doubled down on the U.S. needing Greenland for national security reasons, and he essentially said that the U.S. was the only country in the world that could defend the island. He railed against Europe, railed against NATO, essentially decrying and criticizing its ability to defend itself, also questioning whether NATO would come to the defense of the U.S. He said the U.S. would come to the defense of NATO, but not necessarily vice versa. It should be noted here, though, that NATO forces fought alongside the U.S. for years in Afghanistan. Let's take a little listen to some of what Trump had to say with regards to NATO.
So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland.
And that's a major tenor of what he had to say, that the U.S. is the one doing all of the heavy lifting. He also, on the subject of Greenland, kind of dove into a history lesson, saying that the U.S. controlled the island during World War II and was, in his words, stupid to have ever ceded it back to Denmark.
Now, Willie, Trump also spoke at length about Russia and Ukraine, and he also took some questions about that in the Q&A session that followed his remarks in Davos. So tell us a little bit more about what he had to say about that war that's almost 4 years in now.
That's right. Trump has made ending wars a major tenor, a major tenet of his agenda. By his estimate, he has ended 8 conflicts, but he openly admits the one that has, quote unquote, gotten away, the one that has proved difficult to solve is the war between Russia and Ukraine. He spoke at length in the Q&A period about the conflict, and he said that he believed both sides were almost ready, essentially, to make a deal to end the war. Let's take a brief listen.
I think Russia wants to make a deal. I think Ukraine wants to make a deal. And we're going to try getting a deal done. We're getting, I think, Steve, I think I can say that we're reasonably close. But what happens is oftentimes we'll have a deal with Russia. Russia's set, and President Zelensky will not do it. You saw that when he was in the Oval Office. I was not happy. And then we'll have President Zelensky wants to make a deal, and Putin doesn't want to make the deal. It's a very difficult balance. And it's big time, and it is, you know, to use a word, it's a bloodbath. It's horrible what's happening. It's a drone war. The drones are killing, you know, thousands of people a week, thousands. We have to get it stopped.
Trump went on to say that if both leaders refuse to end this war, that would be a stupid move on both their parts. And again, he believes that they are close to finding a resolution to this now 4 years long war.
Willie, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Willie Lowry in Washington. Now, we mentioned that Trump had plenty to say about Canada as he reacted to yesterday's provocative speech from Prime Minister Mark Carney in Davos. I want to bring in the CBC's Hillary Johnstone, who's here on set, to walk us through some of what we heard from the U.S. president.
And what a contrast with what we heard from Trump compared to what we heard yesterday from Mark Carney. As we were speaking about, even you and I yesterday, Mark Carney's speech yesterday, at no point did he mention Donald Trump by name, very little direct mention of the United States, compared to what we heard from Donald Trump, where Canada and Canada's Prime Minister came up multiple times throughout that speech. And a number of different topics you could touch on. Of course, he spoke about Canada's proximity to the U.S. and how Canada, in his words, will benefit from Trump's plans, desires to build what he's been calling this Golden Dome, a missile defense system for the continent. And he made it quite clear that he believes that Canadians and Canada should be much more grateful for what he described as freebies that Canada receives. Here's a little bit more of what we heard from the U.S. president.
We're building a Golden Dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not.
Now, this Golden Dome, Prime Minister Mark Carney has really been sort of non-committal about what, if any, role Canada will have in it. Donald Trump, for his part, has suggested in the past that Canada could come under its eventual protection if it is built for the cost of $61 billion, or for free, he has said, if Canada were to become the 51st state. But a lot of mention of Canada in this speech, Arthi. I'm sure there's a lot of Canadians who certainly took note of that today.
Yeah, and not only during the speech, but also during that Q&A session as well, talking about industries. What more did we hear from the U.S. president when it comes to his comments about this country?
This country and this prime minister as well, not referring to him by a more formal title, instead referring to him as Mark, calling him by his first name, saying that he listened to Prime Minister Carney's speech yesterday, and he said this in regards to that speech.
They should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
So saying there that Canada lives because of the United States, and that Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, should be thinking of that before he speaks again. Remember that during the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, he essentially laid out the fact that in his view there has been a rupture in the world order and that it should not be mourned and that nostalgia is not a strategy. Instead, he said, what we are seeing is global hegemons. You can imagine here he's referring at least partially to the United States that are essentially using economic coercion in order to have other countries sort of bend to their will or to be in a subordinate role. And Mark Carney trying to paint perhaps a different way forward, saying that middle powers, for example, that have similar values need to band together. And what we heard there from Donald Trump seemed to be his response to what he thought of that speech yesterday. A couple other things to point out here, even if Canada wasn't directly named. We heard the U.S. president talk about the fact that in his view, the United States is the only country in the world that can defend defend Greenland. Remember that it is an island, an Arctic island. What will this mean going forward for Canada, for its Arctic region? I think that will be a question on some people's minds. Remember just yesterday what we saw when he posted on True Social, when Donald Trump posted on True Social, that photograph of European leaders inside the Oval Office with a map of North America and that U.S. flag over Canadian territory. Will we hear more comments like that going forward? And then, as Willie was saying there, this mention that Donald Trump did not feel that other NATO allies, which Canada is, of course, part of NATO, would ever come to the United States' defense. Remembering here that 158 members of the Canadian Armed Forces died in Afghanistan trying to defend the United States, all part of that Article 5 of the NATO alliance.
Okay, thank you for this, Hillary. That's the CBC's Hillary Johnstone. And we do want to stay on this story, and for that, we want to bring in David McLaughlin. He's a former Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, and he joins us now from Ottawa. Hey, thanks for making time for us again today.
My pleasure, Arthi.
You know, as we just heard, we were talking a little bit about what we were listening into with the U.S. president. He took a shot at Canada in his speech and at Canada's prime minister as well, saying specifically Canada lives because of the United States and saying that the prime minister should remember that the next time he has something to say. What did you make of that?
Well, at least he called him by his first name, Mark. So, it's not absolutely all personal. Look, this is classic Donald Trump. I mean, he doesn't have any filter. He just says what's kind of on his mind. But it is how he thinks about Canada. It's how he thinks about relations with other countries. There's nothing particularly new in this. I think what's important for the Prime Minister and for our country is, of course, not to take the bait and react, overly, to this. Steady as we can with this particularly impulsive, erratic, capricious president. Try to do, get a new economic arrangement and just try to do the best we can in this very disruptive world.
You know, it's interesting because, of course, we're looking at the remarks that were delivered by Canada's Prime Minister yesterday. Many people calling them strong, provocative, taking a stance, talking about middle powers and the role that they can now play in the way that geopolitics is shifting because of the Trump administration and the approach to foreign policy that it has taken. But we also know that when we're watching what's happening in Davos, that the Prime Minister left just as the U.S. president arrived. They cross paths like ships in the night. They are still not talking about trade and tariffs and about the renewal of CUSMA as well. How does this all play into whether or not relations here are mended or whether or not the new NAFTA is ripped up?
Well, it's a great set of questions there, Arthi. I mean, we just don't know. Again, we haven't been able as a country to settle on some kind of clear negotiating path with the United States and the Trump administration to either resolve the tariff issues from last year or to get us on a clear path for some kind of CUSMA renewal, which is what we need and what we want. I think we just have to keep, managing through these ebbs and flows of the Trump dynamics. I'm not convinced that a tarmac kind of conversation between the two of them in Davos would amount to anything. What we need is some kind of organized arrangement of conversations, negotiations to move ahead, and we're seeing repeatedly. Even if we get something like that with Trump, it doesn't mean it will last. So I'm not going to read too much into the fact that they didn't meet at this time. I think it was an important speech by the Prime Minister. I mean, one of the most important foreign policy speeches by any Prime Minister in Canada since the end of the Second World War. And I think that is the statement of how this Liberal government of Mark Carney is going to operate.
You know, when we're talking about the speech that was delivered and the forging of new relationships, something that we've seen the Prime Minister prioritize as he heads off on these trips where he's head to China and Qatar as well. Part of his remarks yesterday, he said, when there are these shifts, the question is, do we build a higher wall or do we try to build something different, something more ambitious? What did you make of those remarks? And, we cannot forget that we do have a huge powerful neighbor right next to us, and many would argue we've lived in the shadow of that power for decades.
Yeah, this is not a particularly novel argument that the Prime Minister is making in the wake of relations with that powerful neighbor, as you say, Arthi. What the Prime Minister, I think, is saying is, look, we're into a new dynamic, though, a new world, a rupture, as he called it. And you really, for countries like Canada, a fortress mentality doesn't work. We're an open trading nation. We need trade. We need investment. And so building up, walls for Canada will not serve us by any means in the economic long run. What we have to do is what he called sort of a principled pragmatism, being realistic, very hard-nosed about where we have interests and where we have commercial interests, political interests, ideological, values-based interests, and arranging our relations, our foreign relations, on that basis where we can actually, advance our interests, but not and get trade, get investment, but not get caught up in this sort of great power rivalry where we are inevitably squeezed. Not an easy task, Arthi. But it's fascinating to me and very revealing that the Prime Minister is spelling this out as a statement of Canadian foreign policy. And it had such a strong positive reaction from much of the Western industrialized world, if you will, the Davos world that was there. And it shows that I think the Prime Minister is on to something.
When we do talk about that, though, of course, we do know that tariffs remain from the United States in place in industries like steel and aluminum, punishing 50% tariffs. We also know that non-CUSMA compliant products as well are facing tariffs. The auto industry hurting because of that. We know that Ontario's Premier is not happy about the recent deal that was made involving electric vehicles coming in from China as well, in part of what the Prime Minister has done with trade relationships and this deal that he has struck with that country. I'm wondering, we know that the U.S. president can be thin-skinned at times, and if he is upset, he can react in a certain way. That has been demonstrated over the course of his first term, and now as we are 1 year into his second term. How risky was it then to be so pointed and sharp in his remarks in Davos and calling out the United States when we still haven't alleviated the pressure on these industries?
Yeah, that list, the litany you came up with, presented there, Arthi, is really the core of the problem for our economy at this stage and for the Canadian-American relationship. But there doesn't seem to be a clear path to resolve these things. And so in the absence of that, what you have as a choice for the Canadian government, the Prime Minister, is, look, do we just not say or do anything to kind of extricate ourselves in the longer run, is to get us on a more viable foreign policy, economic, diplomatic relationship with the U.S. and the rest of the world, because the world order is changing on that? Or do we just go quiescent and just not say anything and try best as we can to focus on that most, what is still our most important foreign policy partner, which is the United States, and get an economic deal? I think Carney is starting to pivot towards the former. That is saying that we really have to be looking at a new world order, as he puts it, new non-international rules-based order, and that Canada has to prepare for that. He's been quite consistent with that from the get-go as Prime Minister, running for the Liberal leadership, and in his early pronouncements when he formed government. So in this sense, what he's really doing is setting it out in more considered form. Is there a risk? Yes, I guess it would be naive to say it isn't. But at the same time, there's a risk in trusting Donald Trump. We're seeing and expecting that he will adhere to his agreements and that we will actually resolve something. So we are classically caught between a rock and a hard place here.
David, I want to thank you for your analysis today. I always appreciate your time. That is David McLaughlin. He's a former Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, and we reached him today in Ottawa. Thanks again.
My pleasure.
We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland.
Donald Trump tells the World Economic Forum the Danish territory is, quote, part of North America. He says the United States needs Greenland to build a golden dome, claiming the dome would protect the continent, including Canada. The U.S. president is now pushing for negotiations to acquire what he calls a big, beautiful piece of ice. And Donald Trump's speech today leads into a timely project for us here at CBC. CBC News has launched a new podcast today called 2 Blocks from the White House. And every Wednesday, our Washington correspondents, Paul Hunter and Katie Simpson, will take us through the big stories in the U.S. Capitol and ask the question, what does this mean for Canada? So, as we were discussing, Donald Trump's speech makes it a perfect time to bring in one of the hosts of that podcast, Paul Hunter. Of course, he's been a longtime Washington correspondent, and the name of the podcast is perfect because the Bureau, of course, is about 2 blocks from the White House. And we'll get to that project in a moment in the podcast. But first, the podcast will be an opportunity for us to pick your brain and Katie Simpson's brain about what is happening. Let's talk about that for a moment. This speech, you were listening into it. I'm sure you listened in as well to the Prime Minister's speech yesterday. What did you make of what we heard?
Yeah, well, look, the headline of the day is, we heard in the clip ahead of this, that Trump says explicitly now he will not take Greenland by force. I think any who follow the words of Donald Trump would agree it's rare to hear Trump articulate a position with so little wiggle room in the words that he chooses to use, even as he suggested negotiations will now follow, though it's unclear how the U.S. will negotiate with a country that has made clear it doesn't want to come to the table and talk, i.e. Denmark, because Greenland's not for sale. Trump certainly hinted he has economic levers to force that, tariffs, et cetera, so we'll now see where he takes it. But the headline, absolutely, he will not use force. The other thing that stood out for me, his comments on NATO and how NATO has never come to the aid of the United States, he said, as if 9/11 didn't happen, somehow forgetting that NATO countries, including Denmark and Canada, then fought with and died with American soldiers in the fighting that followed the attacks on America. The fact we're having a U.S. president say he will not use force against a NATO country, and that comes as a relief, notwithstanding whatever now follows, is unto itself a reminder of what Prime Minister Carney said yesterday. The world's relationship with the U.S. is not transitioning, it is ruptured.
Keep focusing in on the fact that he said that the United States won't use force. But of course, to that end, we might be talking about military might. But there's no discussion here of whether or not he's going to backtrack from economic force, which, of course, he has talked about in the sense of tariffs against nations that do not support his acquisition of Greenland. And we know that when we're talking about how people feel within the United States, polls show that many Americans, even some Republican politicians, aren't on side with Trump's quest to annex Greenland. So what can you tell us about the situation on the ground in the United States?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's interesting because on the one hand, it doesn't matter, right? Trump increasingly makes clear he does what he wants because he believes he can, emboldened and empowered. So polls seem to not matter to Donald Trump, but we are now in 2026, the year of the midterm elections in this country, with control of Capitol Hill at stake. The November vote, still obviously many months off. But if these polls reflect real frustration with Trump's leadership, including with Republicans, especially the so-called moderates that we hear so much about, there could certainly be a big change in terms of the U.S. Congress. That unto itself doesn't stop Donald Trump, but it would complicate things for him. The air of invincibility could begin to drift away. That said, the duly elected Donald Trump has proven many times before he can defeat the naysayers one way or another. And as I say, the midterms are still a long way off.
Now, I do want to get to, of course, this podcast that will be hosted by yourself and by Katie Simpson. You know, it's interesting, Paul. I love the expertise and the wisdom that you bring on Washington issues and the Canadian lens as well. You've spent so much time there. We used to work under the Obama administration there, covering the Obama administration. So much has changed. I want to talk to you about what we can expect here because you've seen it all.
So what's in the podcast? What's it all about? Oh, that's the easiest. It's a fantastic, unmissable, amazingly amazing podcast. There's your answer. Look, I mean, what can I say? This is our attempt to help bring U.S.-Canada relations into context in a longer form than is allowed sort of strictly in the news reports that we file here on News Network or for The National or for Your World Tonight. A chance for some of us here in the Bureau to sit down and talk about all of the above and hope that people listening find value in the conversations, especially this year, especially with this presidency, especially with so much at stake for Canada. The trade deal faces renegotiation this year. We heard Mark Carney yesterday. There's a ton going on, tons to talk about, and to try to make sense of. So, as you know, each week, Katie Simpson and myself will attempt that. Willie Lowry will be joining us most weeks. Episode 2 dropped this morning, before Trump spoke, I should note. Just audio so far. We've been spiffing up a new studio here and should be on video within a week or so. Must-watch stuff, said Paul. Fingers crossed.
Indeed. I don't doubt it. I cannot wait to listen and to continue to watch as that gets underway, too. Thank you for this, Paul. We appreciate your insights, as always, your reporting, and the upcoming podcast. That's the CBC's Paul Hunter in Washington. We'll be right back.
Real.
As we've been reporting all morning, Donald Trump seemed to make it clear, at least for now, he has no intention to use force in Greenland, but he's still unrelenting in his efforts to acquire it. And at several points in his speech today, he tried to present U.S. control of Greenland as a necessity. He suggested European countries, including NATO members, are failing to protect the Arctic island.
We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. but every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States.
His comments, no doubt, still being digested around the world. And the CBC's Crystal Gumansing is in London following European reaction to Trump's comments.
That is a very strongly worded statement from U.S. President Donald Trump, really laying out exactly why the Americans want Greenland, saying that it is for the protection not only of those in Greenland, but across Europe and even Canada. But the point that he never gets to is what the Danish and the Europeans have said, is that there's a base in Greenland that the U.S. has. They could bolster that base. They could beef up those security measures. They could, as a member of NATO, enhance the plans for around Greenland. Instead, he's talking about needing to own it, to have the deed and title so that there would be a reason and morale reasons to defend it. That has, to this point, not hit with those in Greenland or in Danish politicians or anyone across Europe. The response for many weeks now has been that it is a sovereign territory, that it is linked to Denmark, that Greenland and Denmark will decide its fate. And that's what we continue to hear, given his strong remarks, saying that the U.S. wants strong allies, not weak ones, that, he says that the U.S. has not got anything out of NATO, that he's put in everything to NATO, that he's unsure if NATO countries would come to the aid of the U.S. So he is clearly attacking NATO allies. He's clearly attacking Europe, saying, do what we want or else. We just maybe now know that the or else won't be military action, but there are other things that he could do to try to bend European will. He could hold back on intelligence to Five Eyes. He could add more tariffs. And all of these points have European leaders wondering, how do they take their next steps? They are up against a wall here. They don't want to look weak because Trump has said that I don't want weak partners. They also are worried about pushing too far. And that's the line that we heard from the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, before Trump's speech, saying things have changed and Europe really needs to figure out how to move ahead alone.
Whether on our economy or on our security, whether on technology or democracy, we have to be strong in shaping ourselves if we don't want to shape the world around us.
Of course, when Europe talks about going at it alone, it's going at it with the 27 bloc of nations and allies like Canada. So going at it alone is not entirely alone. We will find out more about how Europeans will respond definitely tomorrow at the latest when we have an emergency summit of European leaders in Brussels, Arthi.
And Crystal, you touched on this a little. The implied military threat against Greenland may now be off the table because of what we heard from the U.S. president. But of course, tensions remain high. What have we been hearing from NATO leaders during the forum in Davos on all of this?
Well, NATO countries have been very clear, including Canada and the UK, that they are with Denmark, they are with Greenland, and that articles will stand if there is any sort of attack against Greenland. But there is a push to bring the unity back to NATO. No one wants to see NATO collapse, especially if Trump's comments about the security threat in the high Arctic are in fact seen as true, and they are seen as true, as that it is an important strategic security location. These countries should be working together. Mark Rutte, the Secretary General, has always been very hesitant to say anything negative about Donald Trump. Today, earlier, when he was talking about NATO and the future of NATO, he was very clear that NATO needs the U.S. and the U.S. needs NATO.
President Trump and other leaders are right. We have to do more there. We have to protect the Arctic against Russian and Chinese influence. And that's exactly what NATO ambassadors decided to do in September. We are working on that, making sure that collectively will we defend the Arctic region.
And again, Arthi, if NATO doesn't work collectively together, who does that benefit? Well, it benefits those that the U.S. president and NATO members say are their concerns in the region, with those players like Russia and China. So it is an interesting position that European leaders and NATO members are in right now.
The CBC's Crystal Gomansing in London. Thank you.
Hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States. They're coming in from Canada. They're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs.
That was U.S. President Donald Trump speaking earlier and boasting about how his tariffs on the global auto sector are helping to build up U.S. manufacturing. Trump will speak with a number of world and business leaders before departing tomorrow. So, for more on all of this, let's bring in CBC's senior business correspondent, Peter Armstrong, who joins me now. It was interesting because, of course, the markets were reacting to what we were hearing about Greenland. So we noted that when Trump made it clear that he wasn't going to use force, perhaps there was a reaction there. But he's talking about the auto sector again, and that is a real sore point in this country.
Yeah, look, I think we can get to markets in a second. It is a sore point. It was one of these, like, I play a fun game when watching Donald Trump speeches, and I try to figure out what was scripted and what was his weave, as he calls it, the longer rambling, off-script parts that are sometimes they're not even full complete sentences. They're these little hinges of things, and this felt like one of those where he was trying to make one point, and then he went off and started talking about Canadian autos and Mexican autos and Japanese autos and how they're all moving back. And then he just sort of moved right past it. Like there wasn't, I was kind of waiting for a point there. Like, okay, so what next? Or what is the broader point you're trying to make to the audience in Davos about it? And it seems, as sometimes is the case, there wasn't one. He was just sort of stating a thing. The interesting thing about the auto stuff is he's not wrong. Right? We have been living that reality for these last 12 months now. And it has been incredibly difficult for the auto workers and the auto industry and the auto sector. And it's why they were so defensive when Mark Carney made the announcement that he was going to let in 49,000 EVs from China. The $49,000, that's a drop in the bucket when you think about how many 2 million cars are made in Canada every year. But because it has been so damaging, because there has been such pain, and because there has been such uncertainty, and the stated goal of the president is to do yet more of that, that's why you sort of have those kinds of reactions.
So that, of course, is Canada's auto sector. And we are, in fact, waiting to hear from Ontario's Premier on this. And we'll bring that live to our viewers once his remarks get underway. We know he's been incredibly critical of this trade mission off to China. But I do want to take a look at markets, too, because they are responding to what we heard at Davos.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting, right? Because they were selling off yesterday around all the uncertainty. And that sell-off accelerated into the close, which really set up an interesting morning today that Trump was going to be speaking, in fact, was speaking as markets opened. So investors had an early crack at trying to decipher what was this speech about, what is the message, and it was menacing at times. It was rambling at times. It was. It wasn't the. He didn't back away from the notion that they want to take Greenland. But that one line, as you said, that the United States isn't going to use force to acquire Greenland, seems to be the thing that investors have kind of glommed onto. And we talked about this before, that through this second Trump presidency, I think investors have largely tried to take a step back and not react overly to everything the president says and try to focus more on the things he does. And in this, saying that he's not going to use force is what they've been largely focused on. I'll just bring up the market numbers here. In reaction, after a big sell-off yesterday, the bond market was, yields were rising, prices were falling, a real sense that might be the mechanism that could force Trump to step back. Dow Jones is up almost 1%, the S&P up more than 1%, NASDAQ up more than 1%. Markets have said whatever else was said in this speech, the part that he's not going to use force is what we're going to focus on today, and we'll see where this goes. The most important thing I think either of us have said through this last 2 minutes of me sitting up here is you said before he departs tomorrow.
Yes.
There's still a lot of time for him to say a million things that will contradict everything he said in his speech, that will bolster parts that he said in his speech, and I think we'll have to react to that. So, we are still very much mid-trip. There's lots more opportunity for Donald Trump to say things that will move markets, that will change geopolitics, that will change conversation yet again.
And negotiations on Greenland are continuing, as we understand, meetings with other leaders. Thank you for this, Peter. That is the CBC senior business correspondent, Peter Armstrong. Thank you for joining us. Okay, and we were talking about Canada's auto sector, those remarks that were made by the U.S. president while he was in Davos, saying that hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving to the United States, coming in from Canada, coming in from Mexico, etc. With that in mind, we want to take you now to Toronto. You can see Ontario's premier, but right now speaking is the president of one of the unions in this country that represents auto workers. And of course, they have taken issue with Prime Minister Mark Carney striking a deal in China to bring in Chinese-made electric vehicles, tens of thousands of them, in exchange for reducing tariffs on agricultural products, including portions of canola. Let us listen in now to Lana Payne.
There is little reason for those companies to establish real and meaningful manufacturing operations in our country. As of today, we have given market access without guarantees or any real commitments. And even if investment were to materialize, experience in other parts of the world shows the core supply chain remains in China, supported by heavy state subsidies, as Flavio said, very, very low wages and suspect labor conditions, while parts are shipped in for final assembly. This model creates few jobs and fails to establish a meaningful or durable industrial base. Look, there's no sugarcoating this. We are in the fight of our lives here, fending off Trump's tariffs, and that fight just got a little harder. We must collectively come together to stabilize and protect the auto sector we have so we can actually have a future one. It is, after all, foundational to an advanced manufacturing sector in this country and indeed our entire industrial economy. Failing to defend today's auto jobs and supply chains and manufacturing capacity means surrendering the future of the industry altogether. And it is workers, the people who I represent, who will pay the heaviest price. Indeed, they are already paying the heaviest price. Right now, 2 Canadian auto plants are currently idled, GM Cami Assembly in Ingersoll and Stellantis Brampton Assembly. We were on a path to build affordable EVs at Brampton, but that also means we must all work together to make Stellantis live up to its commitment. We have been building the EV future with investments in places like Windsor at the Nexstar battery plant and in St. Thomas with PowerCo's facility. Yet, right now, nearly 4,000 uniform members are without work, with further losses rippling throughout the supply chain. In addition to Ingersoll and Brampton, the upcoming elimination of a shift at General Motors in Oshawa will impact more than 1,000 workers at that assembly plant and also along the auto parts chain. It's devastating out there. And yes, the root of the problem are Trump's tariffs. Make no mistake about that. No one has been clearer about that than this union from day one to today. The immediate priority for all of us, for the auto sector, must be to get these plants back into operation and stabilize this sector for the workers who depend on it. That must be job one. The federal government is expected to announce details of a new auto policy in the coming weeks, and we know that Minister Jolie has been working very hard at this. Automakers that build and assemble vehicles and support jobs in Canada should be rewarded as long as they live up to their commitments to the workers of Canada. But the free ride has to end for companies that enjoy full access to our markets while investing nothing in Canadian production. Today, more than 40% of the cars and trucks sold in Canada are made by automakers with zero, absolutely zero manufacturing footprint here. That is not sustainable. The China deal just made that situation worse. Any credible federal auto policy must come down to a simple rule. If you want to sell vehicles in Canada, you need to build in Canada and employ Canadian workers. This is our message as a union, and we're sending it loud and clear on behalf of the tens and thousands of Canadian auto workers who are depending on action. Now, I'd like to turn things over to Premier Doug Ford, who has been fighting every single day with us to defend this auto industry and the jobs of auto workers all across this province. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Lana. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to begin by thanking our guests. You just heard from Lana Payne, Unifor National President, Flavio Volpe, President of the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association, and Brian Kingston, President and CEO of the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association. Together, Lana, Flavio, and Brian represent the workers, the automakers, and parts makers across the auto supply chain. This is an industry that employs 500,000 workers, many of them unionized, and contributes nearly $16 billion to Canada's economy. Together, we're sending a united message about the need to stand up in defense of Canada's economy, our auto workers, and workers across our great province. Over the last few days, we've watched as President Trump has threatened Greenland, he's threatened Canada, he's threatened NATO allies. President Trump remains relentless in his campaign to create a more unstable, unsafe, and uncertain world. There's never been a more important time for Team Canada to stay united. There's never been a more important time to deliver on our plan to protect Ontario. Last week, Prime Minister Carney announced a deal with China that will allow thousands of cheap, made-in-China electric vehicles into Canada's market. I've been clear about my concerns with this deal. By opening up our country to a flood of cheap, made-in-China vehicles, the federal government is asking Canadian auto workers to compete on unfair ground. We've seen what happens when cheap Chinese vehicles enter Western markets. Factories have closed, workers have lost their jobs. That's the risk this deal is creating right here in Ontario. In exchange for opening Canada up to this flood of cheap Chinese vehicles, the federal government got nothing, absolutely nothing in return for Canadian auto workers. And that's why we're here today. My focus and the focus of the leaders with me today is to find a solution that works for all Canadians. We need to find a path forward that protects Canadian auto workers and good-paying union jobs. Instead of importing vehicles, we should be making vehicles by Canadian workers, using Canadian steel, respecting Canadian specs and standards, leveraging Canada's supply chain. And if the Chinese are serious about making investments and creating auto jobs here in Canada, then show us proof. Canadian auto workers can't feed their families with hypothetical commitments about investments that might happen 5 years or a decade from now. They need concrete investments that will create jobs now and support Canadian workers and their families. These investments should be at the heart of any deal between Canada and China. If the federal government had consulted Ontario or the leaders who are here with me today, we would have made that very, very clear. That's why my message to Prime Minister Carney: consult us, work with us, help us protect Canadian auto workers together as United Team Canada. That starts with eliminating the federal electric vehicle mandate, which is only making our auto sector less competitive. We need to align Canada's regulations with key trading partners and scrap federal fees that make it more expensive to build and buy made-in-Ontario vehicles. Our auto sector is under attack. Hundreds of thousands of good-paying, unionized Canadian jobs are on the line. Let's come together. Let's support, defend, and fight for Canada's auto sector. Let's protect Canadian workers. And in a very unstable world right now that we've all seen on television, let's provide Canadians the certainty, the stability, and support they deserve. Thank you, and may God bless the people of Ontario.
We will now take questions from the media. Media present can line up behind me and ask their questions through the microphone. As a friendly reminder, the format is one question, one follow-up. Please state your name and your outlet before your question.
Premier Ford, Megan Fitzpatrick from CBC News. Did you have a chance to watch President Trump's speech this morning in Switzerland? What did you make of his comments that Canada only lives because of the U.S. and that Prime Minister Carney should have expressed more gratitude to the United States?
Well, that's typical President Trump. He goes out on the attack constantly. Maybe he should look at the Amcan fortress that we propose. We'd make two countries, the greatest two countries in the world, the strongest, the wealthiest two countries. It's disappointing to see him on a full attack. Putting the Canadian flag, I'm sorry, the American flag over Canada, over Greenland, you know, it's unacceptable the way he speaks. Why doesn't he look at the nickel, the 70% of the nickel that comes from Sudbury to keep his military going, manufacturing, and aerospace and manufacturing? Why doesn't he look at the uranium that comes from Saskatchewan and gets refined in Port Hope? Why doesn't he look at the potash that's coming from Saskatchewan to keep his farmers going? How about the aluminum coming from Quebec? That's what he should be looking at. He's fortunate to have us. We admit, we love our American friends south of the border. There's one person that's causing upheaval, not just here in Canada, but around the world, and that's President Trump. I've talked, as I've said numerous times, I've talked to Republicans, I talked to Democrats. They both feel the exact same way. You don't attack your closest friend, your closest neighbor, and your number one customer in the world. Yes, they're our number one customer, but we're their number one customer. Just alone in Ontario, 9 million Americans wake up every morning, produce a product or a widget or a service for Ontario. So maybe someone should inform him a little more than what he's being informed right now. We're critical partners on many areas in supply chains.
Premier Ford, Mark McAllister from City News. Just to follow up on that, you're very critical of Prime Minister Carney right now based on this deal with China. What did you make of his comments yesterday and his speech yesterday? He seemed to command the interest of the world in saying what he did yesterday, all the while you've been quite critical.
Well, I wouldn't say I was critical of the Prime Minister. I was very, very disappointed, as my colleagues behind me are very disappointed not to get a phone call, not to get a text message, and cutting a deal. And God bless the people in Saskatchewan. I love them out west, out east, in the fisheries. But the three of us, we have to take care of Ontario here. That's my number one job, to protect the people of Ontario. Protect their jobs, protect communities, and that's what I'm going to continue to do.
Alison Jones, Canadian Press. Just to follow up on that, you've been perhaps not critical, as you say, but disappointed in Prime Minister Carney's approach to Chinese EVs. Do you support his approach to global relations through the words that he used at Davos yesterday and the approach of sort of delivering this broadside to Trump?
You know something, 100% supportive, because I've been saying it from day one, before Prime Minister Carney even got elected last year. I was out in front of the Canadian people saying we have to diversify our trade. We have to find new partners around the world, reliable partners, democratically elected governments. That's who we need to work with. And we need to, move that forward as quickly as possible. As for investments here in Canada, in particular in Ontario, we need to see action. We need to start moving quicker. We hear a lot of talk, but we need to see results. Talk is cheap. We want to see results.
Hi, Premier Jeff Gray, Globe and Mail. Wanted just to ask you a little bit about, we know you didn't get a heads up on the decision that the Prime Minister made with regard to China. But would it have been typical in your relationship with him to have, can you give examples of past decisions or announcements where you would have spoken in advance about something of that magnitude, something that impacted Ontario? Would you have had a conversation with him? Is that what you would have expected?
Well, we had a great relationship, and I hope we still have a great relationship. But when you don't inform someone in their number one sector that you're going to cut a deal that could, as Flavio said, would cost one full shift, where are those 50,000 jobs coming from? It's going to come from one of our assembly plants. You know, it's just being respectful before we do anything. And if it has anything to do with the federal government, we consult, we speak to them. But just all of a sudden to get a 2-hour notice phone call that they're going out to release something, and my friends behind me, the same thing happened to them. They got the last minute call, oh, I'm sorry, you know, the deal is done and this is what's happening. Unacceptable.
Could we hear that from one of them?
Sure, absolutely. Whoever wants to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that the challenge here, obviously, and by the way, we represent seafood workers in Eastern Canada, so they definitely needed relief. None of this is easy in terms of how you reach a deal with a mammoth like China. But the reality is, you know, were there not other things that we could have been doing here to make sure that we weren't doing this in terms of what has happened around the vehicle side of things? We have been clear to the government of our position on this. We've made numerous submissions. We've been clear before they went to China that, you know, we needed to make sure that we were protecting the auto industry in any discussions over there. And of course, all of you were reporting out before the Prime Minister went to China regarding the fact of what was on the table. I mean, everyone in the world was aware of this. The point being is that we need to go into these negotiations and make sure that we are putting our best foot forward, protecting everyone that we can, but not getting caught into this situation where we're trading off one part of the country for the other, one sector for the other. If we're going to have a true Team Canada approach here, we have to be able to bring people to that conversation ahead of time. Maybe there are ways that we can, yes, influence, but maybe there's also another deal that can be had when people who understand the industry are actually providing that input. If I could carry on, I would say to you one very important thing about the Prime Minister's speech last night. There were many important things. But his call to action by middle powers in the world to come together and form an alliance to be able to, in some way, push back around what we are seeing from the United States right now, I believe is critically important. That is what we needed to see last year when the U.S. first launched its trade war against Canada and the world. We needed to see a coalition of the willing coming together to be able to form a fortress to be able to push back. And hopefully we are in a place where that can happen now, which can change some of the conditions of what we're seeing in terms of trade negotiations with the United States. I would also add that the cake is baking in the United States right now. Their economy is suffering, particularly their manufacturing part of their economy. The very thing that Donald Trump said that he was going to make better is actually worse because of these tariffs. Tariffs on aluminum, on steel, on the auto sector are all impacting workers in the United States right now, too. So the conditions that he is dealing with in the United States are starting to change in this moment. You know, like many of you and like our Prime Minister, I'm very concerned about the condition that we find ourselves in the world. But that doesn't mean that we take our eye off what we have to do here in Canada, which is we have to support Canadian workers through this. We have to make sure that we have strong industrial policy that does support Canadian workers, and that's where we need to keep our focus. And we have to be aware that trading off one sector for the other in Canada is going to leave at least one sector very unhappy, and in this case, a very big sector that contributes a lot to the Canadian economy. So,
just a quick follow-up for the Premier. Premier, the Globe's reporting today that GFL is moving its head office to the United States. Did the CEO contact you? Do you have concerns about that move?
He did contact me. He's not moving the head office down to the U.S. He's moving, opening an office, I should say, and they're still going to be employing thousands and thousands of people here. They're a global company.
Premier Tina with City News. The parents of a 7-year-old who died in December here at Queen's Park today, their son Max was nonverbal with autism and couldn't attend school full-time because there weren't enough supports. Families have raised this issue for years. Why hasn't your government ensured students with special education needs can attend school full-time?
Well, actually, let me just go back to the Liberal government when they were in power, and it was in the first month that I was in office that the whole system had no money. They didn't have anything. They weren't investing. It was approximately about $200 million. We've increased funding to $700 million to families. It's going to be, as I always say, it's continuous improvement. But we're funding.
We have been listening into Ontario's Premier Doug Ford, and he was speaking about the auto industry, which continues to see the impact of threats from the U.S. in terms of tariffs. But now Canada will also see tens of thousands of Chinese-made electric vehicles starting to enter this country later on this year. That's following a trade deal the Prime Minister struck with China to allow EVs into Canada in exchange for a reduction on high tariffs from China on Canadian products, including seafood and canola products. Now, Ford was joined by union leaders and other leaders within the auto industry to express his displeasure with that deal and with the transparency and communication that he's received from the Prime Minister's office on all of that, given how painful the past year has been for those in the auto industry. Now, the U.S. President Donald Trump referenced Canada's auto industry in his lengthy address to the World Economic Forum, where he claimed hundreds of big factories and car plants are moving back to the U.S. from countries like Canada. And as we've been reporting, Trump seemed to make it clear during the course of that address, at least for now, on another big issue, that he has no intention to use force in Greenland. But he's still unrelenting in his efforts to acquire it. And at several points during the course of those remarks today at the World Economic Forum, he tried to present the U.S. control of Greenland as a necessity. He suggested European countries, including NATO members, are failing to protect the Arctic island.
We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States.
So let's dig deeper into these comments by the U.S. president. For that, we've reached Anders Vistisen, a Danish member of the European Parliament in Strasbourg, France. Thank you so much for making time for us today.
No problem.
So you were listening in to the U.S. president's remarks today in Davos, saying that he will not be using at least military force when it comes to taking control of Greenland, but the conversations are ongoing. What did you make of what he had to say?
Basically, I think the president's bluff was called. He's not going to put the military option on the table. And it frankly shows that he had a quite weak hand to begin with. The Congress wouldn't stand for that kind of bullying. And now we're in a situation where all that's left is false rhetoric and basically a lot of lies about the Arctic area in Greenland.
To that end, though, we did hear the U.S. president say we're asking for Greenland. He called it a piece of ice. We would be grateful if they would give it to us. They could say yes, and we'd be appreciative, he says, or they could say no, and we will remember. What did that indicate to you when you heard that?
It indicates that the president is stuck high up a tree and have a difficult time climbing down that tree again, and that the only right way to tackle Trump is what we have recommended the Danish government to do, simply to give a stern and firm no to this kind of negotiation tactics and see how it played out. And for the moment, it's going our way. We have had Now the president excluding the military option, and frankly, then there's not really much left other than empty rhetoric and a president that could not deliver on why he should have Greenland and what he needs that for.
What role do you think those military exercises that we know, allies are participating in along Greenland, what role do you think that perhaps played in what we heard from the U.S. president?
I think it was a nice gesture from our primary European allies to send troops to Greenland. Of course, it was not on the ground going to prevent a military intervention if the Americans have wanted that. But I think it's more or less the checks and balances of the American system that is going to pull the president away from his crazy thoughts. But it's always nice to have strong support, and we are very glad to see the Nordic countries, Germany, Great Britain and others joining us in Greenland and showing clear signals to the president.
To that end, of course, we had Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney, was speaking yesterday to the World Economic Forum in Davos. And in his speech, he did say that Canada stands firmly with Greenland and Denmark and supports, quote, their unique right to determine Greenland's future. He did also say that our commitment to Article 5 is unwavering, speaking of the NATO alliance. How important is support like that, or the remarks from Canada's Prime Minister? And what was the reaction to that on the ground?
They were certainly noted in Denmark quite a lot, and I think everyone appreciates that Canada is a very friendly and long-standing ally of Denmark in NATO. So we're very happy to see the Prime Minister's remarks. But I think just as equally important actually was his statements that we should not be naive and not believe that the rule-based order will prevail against greater powers. So we should prepare for a world where we are able to defend ourselves without relying too heavily on American intervention. I think we can see what's going on in Ukraine now as a preamble for that. To be honest, if the American president was so occupied with how to counter Russian aggression or a Russian focus on the Arctic, he could just help Ukraine to focus more troops in that region instead of freeing them up to do all kinds of stuff around the NATO borders and in the Arctic region.
You know, despite the fact that today, this morning, a few hours ago, we did hear the U.S. president say that he does not have the intention of using military force in order to take on Greenland, we also know that this is a president who has a pattern of changing his mind on certain issues and of also leading to great change within these sort of structures. We know that foreign policy has shifted, geopolitics has shifted because of the approach that we've seen the U.S. president take on a number of fronts. So to that end, I wonder what sort of deeper change this could bring about within Greenland and Denmark.
The immediate reaction has been that the Greenlandic independence movement has begun to think twice whether it's a wise thing to stand alone in this world. I think that many Greenlanders now see that there is a value attached to be a part of the kingdom, still being, of course, an autonomous self-governing area of that kingdom, and that the Danish societal model maybe fit them better than the American one. I would say the greater long-term impact is the erosion of the trust of NATO as a defensive alliance. That was the structure that kept us safe during the Cold War, that there was a strong belief from our adversaries in the Soviet Union that we would stand firm and together in a reaction for any kind of military attempt or attack on NATO. And as long as the American president is handling NATO in this way, it becomes less and less credible. And therefore, other members of the alliance have to step up, and we have to increase the cooperation between the countries in NATO who are most concerned with the threat of Russia, but also economically are able to more than surpass and counter any Russian threat if we take our security seriously.
Finally, I wanted to ask you, we're heard that the United States doesn't intend at this stage to use military force, but economic force was not necessarily taken off the table in the form of tariffs. And we did hear the U.S. president say that he is going to have ongoing discussions, negotiations with individuals to talk about continuing this quest to acquire Greenland. So to that end, what impact do you think that tariffs might have on these nations and the use of economic force? How powerful might that be?
It can be quite powerful if we don't man up from the European side and use our economy as a leverage in these negotiations. To be frank, I was very critical towards the Ursula von der Leyen deal that was struck with Donald Trump in Scotland, giving 15% tariffs on goods from Europe and demanding investment in the US just to get a customs deal with the president that he clearly doesn't honor, because now he threatens to put extra customs fees on European goods. And I think we need to be very serious about that. We have some things that we can counter back on, especially the export of services from US to Europe is very significant. And we have some critical elements in the American production lines that we could also put into play to counter these threats from Trump. But I think the lesson here is that we need to stand more firm, more self-assured, and not believe you can make deals with Trump or call him daddy or just give in whenever he gets a whimsy.
Anders, I want to thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for having me on.
That is Anders Vistisen. He is a Danish member of the European Parliament, and he joined us today from France. Now, we want to continue on this story, and we want to discuss more about Trump's remarks today. Of course, we were listening in for those remarks in Davos about the future of Greenland, or, of course, about the U.S. president's plans for the future of Greenland. We were also listening in to hear his remarks about Canada, in which he said to our Prime Minister, who delivered a provocative speech the previous day, that Mark, this is according to the U.S. president. This is a quote from him. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statement. And he went on to say that Canada gets a lot of freebies when it comes to defense because of the United States, and that this country should be more grateful to Donald Trump and the U.S. So, with all of that in mind, I do want to bring in the CBC's Willie Lowry. He joins us now from the U.S. Capitol. He was listening in to that lengthy, meandering, off-script speech that we did hear from the U.S. president. And he had some strong words for European leaders, too, not just Canada's Prime Minister. Let's talk about what you heard.
He absolutely did, Arthi. And I think the Danish MP you just spoke to revealed to a certain extent that there was a collective sigh of relief among European leaders when President Donald Trump said that he would not use military force to seize or take control of Greenland. But your previous guest's comments also reveal just how deep the president's remarks, rhetoric, and desire for Greenland have cut European leaders. The sting and anger is real among them, and their relief was somewhat short-lived because the president also reiterated that he wants to have immediate negotiations to acquire the island. He doubled down that the U.S. needs it for national security reasons, and he really took multiple shots at Europe and NATO, deriding them, really calling them weak, and saying that NATO without the U.S. is essentially nothing, that he doesn't believe they would come to America's defense, but if required. However, vice versa, the U.S. would come to NATO's defense. I should note here, of course, that NATO forces fought alongside the U.S. for years in Afghanistan. Let's take a listen to some of what he had to say with regards to NATO at Davos.
So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland.
And as you had mentioned off the top, Arthi, this was a long and meandering speech. At one point, he went down a historical rabbit hole where he said that the U.S. controlled the island during the Second World War, and he lamented the fact that the U.S. had ceded it back to Denmark, calling that move stupid.
A lot to digest with that speech, and we'll continue to do that. Also, there was a conflict that he narrowed in on, and that, of course, is Russia's aggression in Ukraine. This is a war that's nearly into its fourth year now. What did we hear about this conflict from the U.S. president?
Yeah, Trump has called himself the president of peace. He has made ending conflicts a major hallmark of his foreign policy agenda. By his estimate, he has ended 8 conflicts, but the one he really wants, and he's made no secret about it, is the Russia-Ukraine conflict. He says that he has been surprised by how difficult it has been to end, but he believes he is close. He said both Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky are nearing readiness to end this conflict. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
I think Russia wants to make a deal. I think Ukraine wants to make a deal. And we're going to try getting a deal done. We're getting, I think, Steve, I think I can say that we're reasonably close. But what happens is oftentimes we'll have a deal with Russia. Russia's set, and President Zelensky will not do it. You saw that when he was in the Oval Office. I was not happy. And then we'll have President Zelensky wants to make a deal, and Putin doesn't want to make the deal. It's a very difficult balance. And it's big time, and it is, you know, to use a word, it's a bloodbath. It's horrible what's happening. It's a drone war. The drones are killing, you know, thousands of people a week, thousands. We have to get it stopped.
He went on to say that both leaders, if they refuse to end this war, would be stupid. That is a word he used multiple times in the speech, Arthi.
Now, also, Willie, we know that the World Economic Forum isn't just that one speech that is delivered by world leaders. They also participate in question and answer sessions, and they also have different meetings with world leaders. And it was just a few minutes ago that the U.S. president sat down with Egypt's president, and this was the first meeting between the two leaders since the U.S. announced it was launching the second phase of that plan to end the war in Gaza and sent out invitations for the Board of Peace. What did we hear from the U.S. president and Egypt's leader on this?
Yeah, Arthi, so much of the power and importance of events like Davos are derived not from the speeches that take place, but from the meetings that occur on the sidelines or the margins. And as you mentioned, Trump met with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. They discussed a host of issues, including, I should say, the controversial dam in Ethiopia that is been a source of great frustration to Egypt, but also, of course, the war in Gaza and the Board of Peace. The president thanked the Egyptian leader for joining that board. He also said that more and more countries want to join the board, which he said could potentially one day even replace the United Nations. Let's take a listen.
We have a lot of great people that want to join. It's going to be the most prestigious board ever formed. The president is a member. We have the major countries, and some need parliamentary approval, but for the most part, everybody wants to be on. I have a little bit of the opposite problem. People want to be on, and we didn't ask them. They want to get on, but we'll look at the country. So we're going to have. I think it's the greatest board ever formed.
Despite the president's remarks there, a lot of countries have actually expressed reservation about joining the board. The invitations have been extended, but the acquiescence, the confirmation, has yet to be given.
Willie, thank you for all of this. That's the CBC's Willie Lowry reporting from Washington. So for Canadians who may have been questioning this country's security, perhaps there was a small moment of relief as they heard that Donald Trump would not use military force to take Greenland. However, on Defence for Canada, Trump took aim at the sharp remarks from Prime Minister Mark Carney that he made yesterday addressing the World Economic Forum when he pointed to the way that the U.S. has been operating under Donald Trump with economic and security threats and imperialistic aspirations. So this is what Trump then had to say about Canada.
Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your prime minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
Okay, so you heard the U.S. president there addressing Canada's Prime Minister, Mark, telling him to be more cautious with his words next time around. For more, I want to bring in the CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. She has been following along, of course, yesterday's address from the Prime Minister, today's address from the U.S. president. The two did not speak, did not interact with each other, and it has been quite some time with the background of this ongoing U.S. trade war. Let's go through some of what we've heard and what we've heard in response to.
Indeed, and let's start by keeping all of this in perspective. Donald Trump's speech went on for, I think it was an hour and 12 minutes. The 6 or so sentences you just played there was the Canadian content. I'm not just pulling out one section of it. There was kind of no more than that, unless you count a brief reference where Trump went on in another part of the speech about all the manufacturing, the car plants that are coming back to the U.S. from a list of countries of which Canada was included. But really, that part you just played, that was sort of the Canada mention in this speech. It's useful to sort of unpack how new this critique of Canada is from the U.S. president. This idea of Canada being a free rider, particularly in a NATO context, of course, that is not a new criticism of the Trump administration. The notion that Canada should be grateful, this is kind of a familiar sort of thing that Donald Trump brings up in his kind of grievance rants, if you will. We have seen it even in this speech, actually lobbed at a number of different countries that he felt were being insufficiently grateful. The most famous example of this, I think, on camera would be sort of that berating of the Ukrainian president in the Oval Office as not being sufficiently grateful, this idea that others should sort of come to America, with gratitude first and foremost. He answers the question of did he see Mark Carney's speech. He said he did watch it. Now, whether he saw the whole thing, which was only about 17 minutes, I think, or whether he saw clips on social media, we don't know. But the use of the Canadian Prime Minister's first name at the end there I found interesting, because whatever they might call each other in their texts or in their private communications or when they're alone in a room, certainly Mark Carney, from his side, refers to the U.S. president in a fairly formal context, certainly at a podium in a speech like this. We did see Justin Trudeau use Donald, at least at one prominent point during a media address, to speak directly to him into the camera. But interesting to sort of see Donald Trump here use just the first name of Canada's Prime Minister, sort of as he made that kind of, more menacing sneer, if you will. The speech yesterday from Mark Carney, for those who didn't see it, we have been talking about how it did not mention Donald Trump by name. It did not explicitly talk about a critique of the current U.S. administration's policies. There was one section that did make a specific reference to American hegemony. It did it in the context of the part of the speech that talked about how the international rules-based order actually was a useful fiction for a time, because it was something that kind of helped when it came to setting up collective security, the financial system. But if you remember, Mark Carney landed on a conclusion that suggested the bargain no longer works for middle powers like Canada, and from there went on with his thesis about why they need to build some new coalitions in this environment. So what did the Prime Minister make of this? I'm going to show you some footage. This is Prime Minister Mark Carney leaving Switzerland just not too long ago. He is sort of on the plane, in the air now. The pool reporter on the tarmac did attempt to put a question to the Prime Minister about what he made, what his reaction was to the speech. He did not respond to that. If he heard the question, he did not answer it or react to it, as he gave us sort of a bit of a wave up the stairs. This no comment from the Prime Minister's office. I can tell you also we are apparently getting no comment today from the minister responsible for Canada-U.S. relations, Dominic LeBlanc, nor from any ministers involved in any specific files, because I asked. and this seems to be a strategy of not saying anything today. We also, notably on a Prime Minister's trip, there is often not only kind of a news release at the end of the trip, which has come out and does not acknowledge what Trump said in Davos, but also a news conference with the trip reporters where they can put questions. This was not offered to those traveling with the Prime Minister today, somewhat extraordinarily for a prime ministerial trip. We are still waiting to find out when Dominic LeBlanc may be heading back to Washington, D.C. to resume talks that we were led to believe would be resuming early in the new year. Of course, they have a lot of bilateral trade issues to resolve still, as well as the upcoming review of the North American Trade Agreement the pain, the longer those talks don't happen, it does increase, not only because of the affected sectors. You think of steel, aluminum. In the U.S., inventories running low. Their manufacturing sector now paying those tariffs in a way that they weren't perhaps in the summer because they had built up stockpiles. But also you have to think about the China deal last Friday and that context, because now that there is beef flowing, there is canola flowing, Canada is a competitor with U.S. farm goods in China. And if you have watched sort of the conversation with U.S. farmers and the Trump administration, there's a lot of skepticism about whether American farmers are really getting what Trump promised he was getting them in China. So these are all things we'll be watching. We know there is a cabinet retreat in Quebec City tomorrow. That is why Mark Carney is leaving Davos, not staying around for any other events. Questions turn to what actions will be taken to go with the rhetoric, the new foreign policy agenda this Davos speech appeared to lay out yesterday. Already from the opposition, Conservative MPs today, also amplified by the Leader's Office, have started sort of saying, okay, lovely rhetoric, where's the action, where's the results? And that cabinet treat tomorrow would be the place to start explaining to Canadians what the actions are they are taking as a result of these pretty big words that Mark Carney has left people in Davos to think about.
Janice, thanks for all of this. That is the CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. And of course, we continue to track reaction to the remarks made today by the U.S. president in Davos, Switzerland. And we're monitoring Ontario's Premier Doug Ford, who is speaking in Toronto. And he's standing side by side with members of the Canadian auto industry. But he's also taking questions from reporters about whether Canada should get involved in defending Greenland from U.S. threats. Here's what he had to say on that.
Retribution.
Well, what I understand, President Trump said he's not going to use military force, which is the best thing I've heard come out of his mouth in a long time. That's a NATO country. We stand by our NATO partners, and I'm glad to hear that President Trump decided not to exercise military force.
So, of course, there Ford was referencing that portion of Trump's speech that we've been discussing in Davos, where he ruled out military intervention in the Arctic island in his quest to acquire Greenland. Now, we will hear more from Doug Ford and his remarks about the auto industry in just a few minutes from our Megan Fitzpatrick, who is at that event.
We're building a Golden Dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
Donald Trump called out Prime Minister Mark Carney today at the World Economic Forum, as you just heard, saying Canada does not appreciate the United States. Neither, he says, does Denmark or NATO. The U.S. president says he won't take Greenland by force, but he wants negotiations to start immediately so the U.S. can acquire it. For more on all of this, we've reached Peter MacKay in Halifax. He's a former Minister of Foreign Affairs and National Defence. Peter, there is a lot to go through with the remarks, not only that we heard from Canada's Prime Minister, but just this morning from the U.S. President. I do want to start with what we heard from Donald Trump in his remarks to Mark Carney, where he said that Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make statements. What did you make of that?
Well, a remarkable speech by both leaders, but certainly turning to the question of what the president meant by that, it's somewhat foreboding. It can be taken a number of ways, but clearly with Canada hanging in the balance with respect to renewed talks around the Canada-US-Mexico trade agreement, that does not bode well. And it's coming as part of a narrative that we've seen emerge. Canada recognizing Palestine, that did not sit well with the president. Canada going to China, I expect, resulted in a shrug, at least publicly, but I don't think that necessarily, put the president in a good mood. So all of this is not helpful. Having said that, we're a sovereign country. The Prime Minister gave a very forceful speech in the moment, and rallied, I think, middle powers is how he described them. And so all of this is leading to the culmination of something. Nobody can say with any certainty what that will be. But certainly for the trade talks, this signals that we may be on a much different path than when Prime Minister Carney first assumed office.
And I want to stay on that first before we get into more discussions about security. You know, the trade talks is sort of where someone's mind may go next. We know that the U.S. president and Canada's prime minister did not speak in Davos, Switzerland. They did not cut out some time to have a conversation. We know that it has been some time since they have had a talk about the tariffs, about the renegotiation of CUSMA as well. And we know that essentially the schedules, they passed each other. The prime minister left just as the president arrived. How do you think the trade deal with China, striking investment with Qatar, the remarks made, the provocative remarks made by Canada's prime minister at Davos, how do you think all of that is going to play out as we look ahead this year to the potential renegotiation of CUSMA?
Well, that is the quintessential question, and I think you've described it aptly. It is provocative. It lays out somewhat of a plan, but not really anything substantive other than, as you mentioned, sort of partial deals with Qatar, with China. The Prime Minister spoke, as you'll recall, in his remarks about a new world order. He spoke of having, middle powers essentially come together to push back or resist against the dominance of the big three, Russia, China, and the United States. I think it's interesting to note, of course, that Russia and China have really never been part of that rules-based order. It's important to keep that in mind. And he also mentioned, of course, being over-dependent. And maybe that wasn't the exact phrase he used, but essentially saying that, we're too over-reliant on the United States. But in the same instance, if the plan involves being more reliant on China, another massive economy that doesn't share our values, that has, very real human rights issues, that has been named specifically by a Canadian inquiry for direct foreign interference. We've had Canadian citizens kidnapped, even executed. This is not an easy path for Canada to follow. And so our options may be narrowing. And in terms of this relationship with the United States, to miss an opportunity like this at Davos, to speak even briefly with the president, I think was a mistake. He may have pressing concerns back here in Canada. I understand that. Everyone knows he has an incredibly busy, frenetic schedule. But this is the number one file upon which he was elected, and that was to get a free trade agreement renewed with the United States.
So now, Mr. McKay, we've talked about the economics of it, and we could talk forever about that. But I do also want to tackle security, too, particularly, you previously held the role of the Minister of Defense. When we're talking about what was said about Greenland, that the U.S. president has ruled out pursuing military force and trying to acquire the Danish territory, that doesn't mean that he can't change his mind. We have seen that with this U.S. president. We also know that he hasn't ruled out using economic force, which he has used in several instances before for different reasons. And we also can't forget or unsee the images that he shared online of Canada covered in the American flag as well. So where does Canada's defense strategy, security strategy go from here, despite that perhaps brief moment of relief people may have felt because he said he wouldn't use military force to take Greenland?
Yeah, I think that was maybe the most positive thing that came out of the president's speech. But you're absolutely right. There is a major rethink going on in the capitals of all 31 NATO countries as to how to respond. The president has also leveraged, I think it was 8 countries, yet to find out if Canada will join that list, for having military exercises and sort of showing outwardly that they stood with Denmark. Canada also has plans to have our foreign minister and our Governor General visit and open a consul, I believe, in Greenland. So all of this, again, is a churning, and it leaves us in a very uncertain place. It seems almost unthinkable, through the looking glass, to be discussing in any real way that we would be taking up arms and defending Greenland from a fellow NATO country, a founding member like Canada. And then one wonders, of course, what is next and what does this mean for Canada? But one hopes that there will be de-escalation, to use a well-worn phrase, and that the president will see that even his own country, even his own party, even the institutions of the military and the security forces do not believe that this is the path that he should follow. And so the rhetoric has often been used to leverage, as have tariffs, to leverage countries to get his way. This, frankly, to me, seems like a bridge too far, that this absolutely isn't going to happen and is going to cause no end of problems for the president and for the reputational harm that is happening almost daily with the United States as a result of his style of leadership.
Mr. McKay, I want to thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing your insights. We always appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thank you, Arthur.
That is Peter McKay. He is the former Minister of Foreign Affairs and National Defence.
Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Yesterday marked
That was the U.S. President Donald Trump tearing into renewable energy and the countries that use it. In his speech today at the World Economic Forum, he said only, quote, stupid people buy windmills from China, denouncing the shift from carbon-based energy sources to wind and solar power. So for more on this, we know that in fact Trump went even farther, calling it the new green scam and perhaps the greatest hoax in history. A lot of words to digest here, and we've got CBC's senior international climate correspondent Susan Ormiston, who you may have seen on Morning Live this morning, listening into Trump's speech. So take off your hosting hat, put on the senior international climate correspondent hat. You know, we heard a lot from Donald Trump where he said that we're into the world of nuclear energy. Energy has reached catastrophic low levels, blaming leftists. So many remarks here. I mean, what did you make of that aspect specifically?
Well, in this environment, it came kind of out of left field. I mean, this is a European audience on geopolitics, on this fracture with Greenland, and all of a sudden we're hearing well-trod ground for Donald Trump on hacking away at climate policy, on Biden-era climate initiatives, on consumer initiatives for EVs domestically. You know, he's talking to his home audience there, continuing to slag wind farms off the coast of the eastern United States. Here's a bit more of what he said about wind farms.
Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land, destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money.
This is not new. The Green New Deal was part of his electioneering in 2024, again, trying to take a wrecking ball to climate policies. He has an audience for them. It's his home audience, his MAGA audience, and he is trying to diminish climate initiatives in the United States, pulling out of the Paris Accord and now most recently the IPCC, which governs the science around climate from the UN. But interestingly, he's also taken a close look at these wind farms off the eastern coast of the United States, one of whom is owned by, guess what, a Danish company, Ørsted. It was 80% built. They shut it down before the turn of the year. Ørsted took the administration to court and last week won. So it's back up, trying to finish that project, but Trump will not let this go. He'll keep trying. Here's another clip.
Okay. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses and the worse that country is doing. They killed the birds, they ruin your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them.
Again, for many people in this audience, that seems like Trump is on the wrong side of renewable energy. I mean, this is Europe, which has led on renewable energy. And even as conventional energy prices have spiked, worrying consumers, rightly so, we're still seeing huge gains there, 20% rise in solar power in Europe. We're expecting that we may see that solar and wind now have eclipsed oil and gas and coal as energy sources in Europe overall. So it's very strange. He seems to be on the wrong side of the audience here, who is listening to Trump. It was a very unusual turn in his speech.
Perhaps very peculiar to have those comments, as you're saying there, to this particular audience. There was also a Q&A session in which we heard Donald Trump talk more about this, but he also talked about China's record on renewables. How did he characterize that?
Well, he said that China was laughing all the way to the bank because it's building the wind turbines. People are selling them, but they're not installing them. What he failed to say is that China has a chokehold on profits from the solar industry. Well over 90% of solar panels are made in China. It's also leading the world in EVs. And the feeling is amongst many circles is that as the U.S. retreats from renewable energy, China is moving even faster to fill that gap. I mean, here's an interesting stat. In China today, there is the equivalent of one coal-fired power plant, the electricity from that, one of those every day is being installed in solar. So they're building 200 gigawatts of solar in 6 months. Canada, for example, has 5 or 6 gigawatts of solar installed. So they are running away with renewable energy, and that is the future, according to many people in Europe. It's just getting there is bumpy. So again, Trump is taking a war against renewable and climate in order to fill the coffers with oil. We heard him say drill, baby, drill in his electioneering. He's continuing to say that. And one other thing he said in his speech, that all the oil majors were interested in going back into Venezuela to drill more oil. Guess what? In a meeting they had last week in the White House, ExxonMobil, one of the biggest, said, hey, it's too risky. We're not going back into Venezuela now. It's too expensive to drill there. The price of oil isn't high enough. So we're on the sidelines for now until things change. So fact-checking the president again.
And we'll have to see what sort of pressure might be applied because of those comments as well. Thank you for this, Susan. That is Susan Ormiston, the international climate correspondent. Thank you for joining us.
Welcome.
Okay, so we've also been talking about Ontario's premier. He had more criticisms today about Prime Minister Mark Carney's recent trade deal with China, speaking of China. And Doug Ford says Canada has given up market access without getting back guarantees for any real commitment. So for more on the Premier's comments, today I'm joined live by the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick. She was at that event in Toronto listening in to not only Doug Ford, but also many leaders within the auto industry. What did they all have to say?
Yeah, that's right, Arthi. He was joined by Lana Payne from the union that represents thousands of auto workers, Unifor. Also joined by Brian Kingston from the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association and Flavio Volpe from the Canadian Auto Parts Manufacturers Association. And they were all once again expressing their concerns about the deal that Prime Minister Mark Carney signed last week in China that will see the tariffs, the 100% tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles, reduced to just 6.1% and allowing up to 49,000 EVs into the Canadian market. Premier Doug Ford saying that by signing this deal, the federal government is asking Canadian auto workers to compete on an unfair playing field. And he thinks that while this deal may have been good for some of Canada's sectors, like the agriculture sector and seafood sector, because China in return agreed to drop some of its tariffs on some of those products, that Ontario got nothing in return for this deal. And he was saying that Canada should have gotten more guarantees from China in terms of any potential investment here in Canada in the auto sector. Prime Minister Mark Carney kind of suggested that would be a possibility as part of this deal. And Doug Ford said today, show us the proof that if China's really serious about potentially setting up business here, building plants and making the cars here, they want some guarantees around that. He said auto workers here in Canada can't feed their families based based on hypotheticals. They need some concrete commitments and guarantees and investments. And he once again also expressed his disappointment, that is the adjective he uses, with Prime Minister Carney for not giving him a heads up that Canada was potentially going to drop these tariffs on China. And the auto leaders we heard from here today, same thing. They didn't get a heads up either. And Doug Ford saying that he would have expected a phone call or a text message from the Prime Minister, given how consequential this deal could be for Ontario's auto sector, which Premier Ford says is under attack on two fronts, he said, from both the United States and from China. Here's more from the Premier.
Our auto sector is under attack. Hundreds of thousands of good-paying, unionized Canadian jobs are on the line. Let's come together. Let's support, defend, and fight for Canada's auto sector. Let's protect Canadian workers. And in a very unstable world right now that we've all seen on television, let's provide Canadians the certainty, the stability, and support they deserve.
So what he said, and the others we heard from, are they want to see some action now from the federal government to support the auto industry here in Ontario and in Canada. They mentioned that a new auto sector strategy is forthcoming from Ottawa, and they made it clear what they want to see integrated in that new strategy. Namely, we heard from Lana Payne from Unifor that any company that wants to sell cars in Canada needs to be building those cars in Canada and employing Canadian auto workers. She said that this deal with China is, quote, a hard pill for Canadian auto workers to swallow. And she said it's devastating out there in terms of what's happening in the auto sector already, mostly here in Ontario, which is the heart of Canada's auto industry, because of the implications of the U.S. tariffs. So she outlined her concerns about the state of the auto industry right now. Doug Ford saying that he did speak this morning with federal Industry Minister Melanie Joly. They spoke by phone, and he mentioned that they are potentially meeting in person next week. So we'll be watching for developments out of that meeting. Arthi?
Thanks for this, Megan. That's the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick in Toronto.
They should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
That is U.S. President Donald Trump speaking in Davos earlier today. He says, as you heard, Canada, along with NATO, should be grateful for everything that the U.S. does for these nations. So, lots to discuss, given these remarks by one of Canada's closest allies. For more on all of this, we've reached former National Security and Intelligence Advisor to former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Vincent Rigby. He joins us now from Montreal. Thank you so much for making time for us.
It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
So we just aired those comments from the U.S. president saying that Canada lives because of the United States. Certainly we know that we have relied very much on the United States as a trading partner and potentially in terms of defense and security as well. What did you make of his remarks?
Well, I think that there's been a common thread in all of the president's remarks over the last year, so it wasn't particularly surprising. He says this to Canada, he says this to other allies, is part of his playbook. So there's a common theme, I think, in all of his statements that the U.S. does not get enough credit, that allies do not respect the United States, that they take and take and take, but they don't give anything back to the U.S. So we're not being necessarily singled out in that regard. I think we all knew that he was going to have some kind of a response to the Carney speech yesterday, so he's provided it. I think it could have been a lot worse, quite frankly.
So when you say that, do you believe that having the speech delivered by Mark Carney, which was written in a very pointed, sharp and provocative manner, do you think it was a gamble by Canada's Prime Minister, given the fact that we are on shaky ground in our relations with the United States?
It was a gamble, and I always say that right now Canada has to walk a tightrope with the United States. Obviously, we're a sovereign state, and when the United States President Trump pushes us into a corner, we have to push our way out. So we have to stand up for ourselves. But you always run the risk of going too far with President Trump, and if you provoke him, if you cross a certain threshold, he's going to come back at you twice as hard, and you're going to hurt yourself in the longer run in terms of your national interest. I thought it was a great speech that the Prime Minister gave yesterday. He didn't mention the United States by name, but clearly it was aimed at the United States. And I think he was just stating the world as it really is right now, and the fact that great powers are ruling the roost. We've gone back to the law of the jungle, and middle powers like Canada are going to have to band together and stand up to these kinds of countries' aggressive behaviors by the United States and others. So a gamble, yes, but I think it was a good speech. I think it had to be said, and now it's going to be a matter of how is it going to actually be implemented.
Now, of course, we're talking there about, talking the talk and also walking the walk. To that end, we want to discuss the comments that were made about Greenland. We heard the U.S. president say that he is not going to consider military action or military force when it comes to taking over Greenland, but does want to continue those discussions. But perhaps in the same way that Canada was shaken to the core when we talk about the economy during the course of this trade war, I'm wondering how this threat may have deeply shifted perspectives in Europe and Canada when it comes to security, securing the borders and Arctic security.
Well, absolutely. Again, this is I'm not going to say that's nothing new what Trump is saying in terms of actually trying to acquire Greenland. He's ratcheted up his game. That is for sure. But he's made it clear from the day that he entered office that he saw Canada as a potential conquest. The extent to which he took him seriously, it depended on the day. 51st state, Governor Trudeau, all that kind of stuff. But without a doubt, when you're talking about taking over the sovereign territory of a NATO ally, it's an eye opener. It really is an eye opener, and you have to take it seriously. So, with respect to the Arctic specifically, and I've been saying for a number of years, even when I was in government, that we had to up our game in the Arctic. We had to up our game with respect to Soviet incursions, increased military capabilities, the Chinese, what they're doing in the Arctic. So we needed to do more. Now you got the U.S. as a potential threat. Now you got the U.S. looking at Greenland. Are they going to start looking at possible activity on Canadian sovereign territory, the Northwest Passage, things like that? So it's yet another wake-up call. Where we have to do more in that region. We've got a lot on the books in terms of the latest defense update on what we're going to do, new submarines, satellite capability, but we've got to do it. We've got to do it fast to tell the U.S. we're serious about taking care of our own sovereign territory. And by the way, if you still want to work with us, we can work with you in defending the North American continent in this region. So it works both ways, in our own national interest, deterring the United States, but also potentially working with the United States.
When we talk about bolstering Canada's defense, certainly if we watch how Greenland played out and we look at that situation there, we know that quickly EU allies mobilized, started doing military training as well in the region, perhaps as a show of unity in the face of these threats from the United States. How fast could Canada mobilize to strengthen its security, knowing that the U.S. president hasn't let go of the idea that Canada should also be part of the United States of America?
No, it's a great question, because you do not create military capabilities overnight. It takes years, it takes decades to develop some of these capabilities. And one of the things that the United States has criticized us for in the past, not just the Trump administration, but Biden as well, is that we make a lot of announcements in Canada, especially with respect to the Arctic, but we don't necessarily follow up on them. So we're not going to buy submarines tomorrow. We're not going to necessarily make a decision on the F-35 tomorrow, or even deploy them tomorrow if we made that decision. Refueling centers, other capabilities. But we have made a number of announcements in the last 12 to 18 months that we're going to be doing a lot of things in the Arctic. So as I said before, we've got to do them. And so it's not just rhetoric. I mean, the U.S., we've seen leaked correspondence coming out of the U.S. a couple of years ago saying, the Canadians are always talking a great game in that region, but they don't actually do anything. So move ahead on NORAD modernization, go purchase the subs, make a decision on the F-35s, hopefully to purchase them, in my own personal view. Satellite coverage, other surveillance capabilities, get moving on this stuff and get moving on it fast. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but show some progress.
For your time today and your thoughts, we appreciate it. That is former National Security and Intelligence Advisor to former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Vincent Rigby, who joined us today from Montreal. Thanks.
Thank you.
And here is some images from earlier today at the airport in Zurich. We know that Prime Minister Mark Carney was boarding his plane departing Switzerland and returning to Ottawa. The Prime Minister skipped Trump's address at the World Economic Forum. In fact, he left just as Trump arrived. With that, though, we do want to take a look now at your national weather forecast across the country. Let's now go to the Weather Network with Chris Murphy.
Snow, wind, and the polar vortex. We'll be talking about that. We got 1, 2, 3 storm systems to talk about, but also high pressure that still holds on the west coast. Another morning of fog around Metro Vancouver, the Sunshine Coast, and many areas of Vancouver Island. And where temperatures are below zero this morning, watch out for some slick surfaces, which could include some black ice. Meanwhile, across the prairies, blowing snow in southern Saskatchewan, southern Manitoba. That continues through the morning hours and even likely in the afternoon. So some rough, hazardous travel. Tomorrow, the winds will be a bit lighter, but it's going to be colder. Northern areas of Manitoba and Saskatchewan could get into multiple days of wind chills in the minus 45 to minus 50 range. So frostbite concerns. And Alberta Clipper is bringing widespread snow across southern Ontario, but very unequal distribution of amounts because near the shores of Huron, Georgian Bay, the east side of Lake Erie in Ontario, more snow because you get the lake enhancement. So Toronto 5 to 10 centimeters with lower ends as you go towards, say, Mississauga, Oakville, Burlington, higher amounts as you go through York-Durham region and certainly out towards Kingston. Meanwhile, we've got snow squalls across western Newfoundland. That will last till tomorrow morning, south coast of Newfoundland as well. So poor visibility and could be seeing potentially 5 to 10 centimeters around the Bay of Fundy tonight, and then some of that could change to rain. So the coldest of the air is really located further to the north, but there's a lot of wind chills to contend with. Then we take a look at the Arctic air, and that is on the move across the west towards the Rockies, this weekend across the Great Lakes and out towards the Atlantic Ocean. So there's going to be some very cold temperatures. And Thursday, frigid air. Friday, we see that frigid air moving southwards, and by Saturday, eastwards.
Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. U.S. President Donald Trump says he will not use military force to take over Greenland. But in a long, somewhat meandering speech to the World Economic Forum in Switzerland today, he insisted the U.S. and the Arctic island need each other for security reasons. And Trump hinted at consequences if his country doesn't get it.
It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. They have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
Trump was meant to deliver a 45-minute speech on the economy, but he spent much of almost an hour and a half chastising European and NATO allies, and Canada didn't escape unscathed.
We're going to build the greatest Golden Dome ever built. We're building a Golden Dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not.
We have extensive team coverage of Trump's speech. Karina Roman is in Ottawa digging into Trump's comments on Canada, engaging reaction here. Katie Nicholson is in Washington with more on the president's comments on Greenland. And Crystal Gumansing is in London watching responses from European leaders. But let's begin with Karina and the Canadian content. The president had a few darts for Prime Minister Mark Carney. So, Karina, what did Trump say and what should we make of it?
Well, Andrew, after the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, you'll recall we were both talking about sort of waiting for the Trump shoe to drop. And Trump's speech, as you said, sometime meandering, some would say rambling, was very long. And his attention to Canada was but one small part, but that part was notable for sure. So have a listen to the full clip of Donald Trump.
We're building a Golden Dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
What's remarkable is that his comments there are rather a perfect illustration of what Carney's speech was all about, the threat from a great power that's no longer willing, able, or wanting to restrain itself, using its economic might to coerce and pressure middle powers like Canada. And, you know, Carney also talked about no longer going along with it just to get along and try and avoid some kind of repercussion. Now, I can't imagine Mark Carney, who we're told wrote his speech himself, didn't anticipate the possible repercussions of it or how it would land with the Trump administration, even if, and we've noted this many times, Carney didn't use Trump's name once in his speech. But Trump's not-so-veiled threat today doesn't tell us clearly what it might mean, for example, for the crucial review of CUSMA, our free trade agreement, which is under review. We don't know whether this will make that even more difficult than it already is. But the Prime Minister's speech was clear that while there's a risk to saying something provocative, as he did, he does seem to think that it's better to do that, to be provocative, than to go along to get along, because as he said, that's not sovereignty. So I don't think that what we heard today from Donald Trump comes as any surprise to Mark Carney.
I think you're right. And what about it was also interesting to note, right, Karina, that the Prime Minister left before Trump's speech began. I know we heard from the Minister of International Trade, I believe it was, saying, you know, there's a cabinet retreat tomorrow. We have other things to do in Canada. But it's just interesting that they didn't meet each other. What about reaction, Karina?
Yeah, there was like with the two ships passing, not in the night, but in the day kind of thing, yes. Well, we did hear a reaction from Ontario Premier Doug Ford. He was asked his thoughts on Trump's comments on Canada. Now, Ford clearly still upset. I mean, his whole news conference was about Mark Carney's electric vehicle deal with China. But even if he's disappointed with the Prime Minister, for Ford, Trump is still enemy number one. And he points to that, I think we put it up on the screen yesterday, that altered image that Trump posted on his social media with the U.S. flag all over North America, including Canada and Greenland. Now, Doug Ford says that and the way that Donald Trump speaks about Canada is unacceptable. Have a listen.
He's fortunate to have us. We admit, we love our American friends south of the border. There's one person that's causing upheaval, not just here in Canada, but around the world, and that's President Trump. You don't attack your closest friend, your closest neighbor, and your number one customer in the world. Yes, they're our number one customer, but we're their number one customer.
Now, Doug Ford also took the time at that news conference to go over the many things that Donald Trump needs to realize that they get from Canada. But some might argue that Trump is very aware of what the U.S. gets from Canada and needs from Canada, and that's why he wants Canada as the 51st state. Now, we've also had reaction from David McLaughlin, who's a former chief of staff to Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, or the late Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. Have a listen to what he had to say.
Well, at least he called him by his first name, Mark. So, it's not absolutely all personal. Look, this is classic Donald Trump. I mean, he doesn't have any filter. He just says what's kind of on his mind. But it is how he thinks about Canada. It's how he thinks about relations with other countries. There's nothing particularly new in this. I think what's important for the Prime Minister and for our country is, of course, not to take the bait.
Now, we had, obviously there were quite a seeking of comment from the Prime Minister's office, from the Prime Minister for his reaction. And unfortunately, reporters weren't given access in Davos to the Prime Minister, but the cameras were, including the Canada Press reporter, and they did on the tarmac yell out a question to the Prime Minister, to Mark Carney, asking if he had any comment on Trump's speech. I believe the answer, which is pretty much drowned out by the noise of the plane, was no comment. And there's some of the footage there. So no comment, no reaction from the Prime Minister. Probably won't get some for some time or at all. Why create more attention to that than he needs to? But I should mention, Andrew, we also have had no reaction from conservative federal leadership here in Ottawa or in Canada. Some MPs have commented on Carney's speech on social media, such as on X, but we haven't heard from Pierre Poilievre. We haven't heard from Melissa Lantsman, Andrew Scheer, any of the leadership of the Conservative Party, either on Carney's speech nor on Trump's reaction today.
That is interesting. All right, Karina, thank you. The CBC's Karina Roman, live in Ottawa. So let's talk more now about what Trump said about his mission to acquire Greenland. The CBC's Katie Nicholson joins us live in Washington. And Katie, he was clear about not using force to take over Greenland, but also less clear about what happens if he doesn't get his way. So what did he say about Greenland?
Yeah, Andrew, some relief, I guess, perhaps for people in Greenland and Denmark, but also back here in the U.S. where Democrats and Republicans were really worried about having to perhaps intervene or curtail the president's military powers when it comes to Greenland. This is the moment, perhaps, where a lot of shoulders were able to drop in the speech, where Trump appeared to communicate that he would not try and acquire Greenland through military force. Just listen to this.
We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
So, Andrew, or you can say no and we will remember. So the specter of a threat there, still, of course, it does, just because he doesn't want to go there with the military, as we heard repeatedly, doesn't mean he still doesn't want Greenland. He spoke glowingly about the island at points of the speech, and then sometimes kind of dismissively. And then at other times, he started calling it Iceland, which of course is, a much smaller, different island nation. So again, we heard the same points. He continues to argue this acquisition. It's about world protection and to stop, as he put it in the simplest language at one point, the bad guys. So make of that what you will. He also said that the U.S. never asks anything of the rest of the world and European nations, and I guess history would argue that that's not necessarily true. But it's still, even after this speech, military off the table, but still very clear. This is something that the U.S., that this administration is still zeroing in on and very focused on. And I would also just point to the moment when he sort of raised Venezuela, saying, he noted that Venezuela has been cooperating with the U.S., as he put it, once the attack ended, and that more people should do that. Remarks that no doubt also resonated today.
Yeah, and a simple fact check. The U.S. has never owned Greenland, never had Greenland, so for him to say that is just not true. Trump had, and it is fair to point out that Canada was well below 2% and is increasing military spending in recent months, but was right. The CBC's Katie Nicholson live in Washington. And of course, nobody has as much at stake as Denmark and Greenland. The CBC's Crystal Gumansing has been watching European reaction for us, and she joins us from London. So, Crystal, what are you hearing?
Well, we have heard from Denmark's foreign minister saying that he is glad to hear that the U.S. President Donald Trump has taken military force off of the potential options that he has when it comes to his desire to obtain Greenland. However, the foreign minister said that President Trump's ambitions are still intact. He did say that there will be more dialogue, that they are committed to dialogue, but they are not going to negotiate or compromise on their principles. That is something we have heard from not only Danish officials, but officials in Greenland as well, and really those right across Europe who have come out in support of Greenland being a territory that is under Danish administration, and that it is only up to those two groups what happens to them. We are also hearing from a Danish member of parliament. Now, this issue has obviously been one that has dominated conversations, caused a lot of anxiety as everyone waits to see exactly what will happen. Now, the fact that the president has taken, or at least appears to have taken, the threat of military action off of the table, the line there where he said he has asked for Greenland, and if the answer is no, well, then the United States will remember that. So we heard from one Danish member of the European Parliament who said there are still a number of options on the table, but the issue of the president attacking allies, threatening allies, and speaking poorly of allies is an ongoing and real problem.
We have some things that we can counter back on, especially the export of services from US to Europe is very significant. And we have some critical elements in the American production lines that we could also put into play to counter these threats from Trump. But I think the lesson here is that we need to stand more firm, more self-assured, and not believe you can make deals with Trump or call him daddy or just give in.
Now, the reference there where he says you can't call Trump daddy is in a reference to the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte many months ago calling President Trump daddy. We do know that the European Parliament has put a trade agreement vote on hold. That agreement came about in the summertime. It was when European officials were dealing with American officials to come up with a negotiated settlement on tariffs. The vote was supposed to be next week, Andrew, but they have decided decided to freeze that, given the fact that the U.S. president is threatening 8 European nations, plus, rather, I should say, including the U.K., with a 10% tariff starting on February 1st because they are opposed to his ambitions with Greenland.
Now, the implied military threat against Greenland may be off the table for now, as of today, as of this moment, but tensions are high. What have we been hearing from NATO leaders during the forum in Davos?
Well, a number of them are talking about the fact that NATO is an important ally, that the U.S. needs NATO and NATO needs the U.S. We heard that from Secretary General Mark Rutte. There is also this sense of confusion over exactly what the president of the U.S. wants to do. You had mentioned earlier that the United States has a base there. They could add more troops there. They could participate in joint activities to ensure the security of that region, given what Donald Trump talks about as far as threats from Russia and China. But at this point, we don't see those sort of joint cooperations that obviously NATO members are looking for. In the meantime, we are actually hearing through the AFP, that Greenland has distributed a brochure to people in the event of a crisis, giving them advice what to do, although the government officials in Greenland say that that's more of an insurance policy. They don't think they'll need actually any advice on a crisis if one should occur.
Crystal, thank you. That is the CBC's Crystal Gumansing live in London. When U.S. President Trump spoke today at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland, he claimed tariffs he has instituted have led to the auto industry to boom in the U.S.
Hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States. They're coming in from Canada. They're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford has been vocal about U.S. trade threats. Today, he repeated criticism of Prime Minister Mark Carney's new trade deal with China. For more on that, we're joined live by the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick. So, Megan, what did the Premier say?
Well, and the Premier was joined at his news conference by Lana Payne from Unifor, which represents thousands of auto workers, as well as Brian Kingston and Flavio Volpe, who are also leaders in the auto industry. And all of them, Andrew, expressing their concerns about this deal that Prime Minister Mark Carney signed with China last week, which will see the 100% tariff on electric vehicles from China dropped down to 6.1% and allow up to 49,000 Chinese EVs to enter the Canadian market. Premier Ford saying that this deal is asking Canadian auto workers to compete on an unfair playing field. And he reiterated that he thinks Ontario got nothing out of this deal with China. It didn't benefit one way or another, whereas some other provinces did and other sectors did, because China in exchange agreed to drop some of its tariffs on some seafood and canola products. Now, Doug Ford saying if China is serious about making any investments in Canada, which Prime Minister Mark Carney alluded to when he was explaining the deal with China, that there could be potentially some joint ventures, potentially with Chinese companies. Mark Carney saying that this deal with China could be good for Ontario auto workers in the sector here. Doug Ford saying, show us the proof. We need some concrete guarantees about investments, because he said Canadian auto workers cannot feed their families on hypothetical commitments about investments. He said the Canadian auto sector is under attack on two fronts, from the United States and the tariffs it has imposed that are affecting the auto sector, and from China. Here's more from Premier Doug Ford.
Our auto sector is under attack. Hundreds of thousands of good-paying, unionized Canadian jobs are on the line. Let's come together. Let's support, defend, and fight for Canada's auto sector. Let's protect Canadian workers. And in a very unstable world right now that we've all seen on television, let's provide Canadians the certainty, the stability, and support they deserve.
He also once again reiterated that he's disappointed with Prime Minister Carney. That is Doug Ford's word, that he's disappointed because he wasn't really looped in to the possibility that Canada was prepared to make this deal with China and drop these tariffs on EVs. He was only given a heads up a few hours before the announcement was made. And he has said in recent days and again today, he would have thought that he had a good enough relationship with Mark Carney that the Prime Minister would have given him a quick phone call or a text to give him a heads up that this was coming, given the impact that it could have on Ontario's auto sector. And just lastly, in terms of comments from Ford that stuck out, Andrew, he was asked at the end of his news conference, is he telling Canadians to boycott any Chinese-made EVs that might end up here in the near future? And he very clearly said, yes, that's exactly what he's doing, that Canadians should support companies that are building cars here and are employing Canadians.
And what did we hear from the leaders in the auto industry who were with Ford?
Well, for example, from Brian Kingston from the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association, he was emphasizing the importance of the free trade agreement that Canada has with the United States and Mexico and the renewal of what we call CUSMA and how important that is to the auto industry, because he said, yes, while Canada and the federal government right now is trying to diversify its trade partners, the auto sector is so integrated with the United States that the future of Canada's auto industry depends on the United States. He made that very clear. He called on the federal government to scrap the EV sales mandate. We heard that from Premier Ford as well. From Lana Payne from Unifor, we heard her say that it's already devastating out there. Those were her words in terms of describing the auto sector landscape right now. She said the root of the problem is the U.S. tariffs, and that a focus right now should be those plants in Ontario that are currently idle. There's 2 of them she mentioned right now, where thousands of workers have been laid off, essentially. The future of those plants unclear. There's a shift that's going to be cut at the Oshawa GM plant as well. She said the focus needs to be on getting those plants up and running at full capacity again, should be the focus. She said the auto sector and auto workers right now are in the fight of their lives, and that this deal with China made that fight even more difficult. And she said, and we heard, that there is a new auto sector strategy forthcoming from the federal government. And she said what needs to be in there is to ensure that companies that want to sell cars in Canada build those cars in Canada. Andrew?
Megan, thank you. The CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick live in Toronto. Donald Trump is making a few remarks ahead of a meeting with the NATO Secretary General.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you, and I thank the media for being here. We've taken long trips, and this was a long one, but it's been working very well. We're having tremendous meetings with heads of state, with people of very big consequence having to do with war and peace, which is why we're here. And I just want to thank the Secretary General for being with us. We have a few things to discuss. It was a meeting I actually look very forward to. He's doing a fantastic job. We've been friends. We lifted GDP from 2% to 5% together. That was done jointly, and it worked out really very well, and we appreciate it, Mark. So we'll be talking about various things. We'll be talking about Greenland. I imagine it may come up in our discussion. And but I think the trip has been amazing so far. It's been amazing. As you know, we're staying, and tomorrow we're doing something else having to do with the Board of Peace. We're getting tremendous acceptance of that. It's going to be great. So we'll see how that all works out, but we're doing that tomorrow. So thank you very much, media. Thank you very much. And Mark, would you like to say
just briefly, what I just wanted to say again, as I did this morning when I was in a panel, I want to thank you again for what you did since coming in January, Trump 47. Basically getting the Europeans and Canada to really step up, and that led to the enormous success we had in The Hague with the 5%. Which is crucial to defend ourselves and to also equalize with what the US is paying. This was a problem already there since Eisenhower. I always tell the Europeans, you are completely committed to NATO, but there is also that one irritant, and it is this factor, that the Europeans were not paying the same as the US was paying. And we solved it, and this is crucial also because we need the money to protect ourselves. There's one thing I heard you say yesterday and today, you were not absolutely sure that the Europeans would come to the rescue of the US if you will be attacked. Let me tell you, they will. And they did in Afghanistan, as you know, for every American who paid the ultimate, for every 2 Americans who paid the ultimate price, there was 1 soldier from another NATO country who did not come back to his family. From the Netherlands, from Denmark, particularly from other countries. So you can be assured, absolutely, if ever the US will be under attack, your allies will be with you. Absolutely, there's an absolute guarantee. I really want to tell you this because it is important. It pains me if you think it is not. And under your leadership, this alliance is stronger than ever.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great compliment. Any questions?
Mr. President, the Danish foreign minister rejected your call to negotiate on Greenland. What will
I didn't call him.
No, sorry. The Danish foreign minister rejected what you said in your speech that you were hoping to negotiate to acquire Greenland, essentially saying that this is not something that they are willing to discuss. So what will those negotiations
Well, they
look
didn't
like?
tell me that, so when they tell me, because I don't like getting it secondhand, if he wants to tell me, he'll tell me that to my face.
And when will you be discussing this?
I have no idea.
When you said
I'll be discussing it with this man right here.
Mr. President,
He's frankly more important.
Mr. President, when you said you would remember if Denmark did not agree to a deal on Greenland, what did you mean? What are the consequences?
You'll have to figure that out for yourself. You're a smart guy.
Mr. President, do you see a price for Greenland that's reasonable?
I could see that, yeah. I could see that.
How would you calculate?
I could see that, but there's a bigger price, and that's the price of safety and security and national security and international security, having to do with many of your countries.
Mm-hmm.
That's really the price, and that's the big price. And as you know, we're doing the Golden Dome. It's going to be very expensive, and it's better if we have Greenland than it is without. It's going to be safer. It's going to be stronger. It's going to be better for Europe, and it's going to be better for us. And so we'll see what happens. Any other question?
Is it reassuring to hear the NATO Secretary General say NATO will defend the United States if it comes under attack?
Well, I hope that that's true. I mean, he's a good man. He's never lied to me before. You know, we've had a good relationship, and he made that statement. That's nice. I mean, I just, you know, when I see what's happening with Greenland, I wonder, because I want Greenland for security. I don't want it for anything else. We have so much rare earth. We don't know what to do with it. We don't need it for anything else. And in terms of Greenland, you know, you have to go 25 feet down through ice to get it. It's not something that a lot of people are going to do or want to do. No, this is security we're talking about. And I can say one thing about Mark. He wants security, and he wants security for all of us. I think it's, you know, we're a member of NATO. He wants security for NATO and beyond. So when he says that, Steve, I think it's, you know, it's very nice. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press.
Thank you.
You've been listening to U.S. President Donald Trump and NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Donald Trump saying we'll be talking about Greenland today, referring to Mark Rutte. Tomorrow he'll be talking about his so-called Board of Peace. Mark Rutte said thank you to Donald Trump for getting Europeans and Canadians to step up to defend ourselves. We need money to protect ourselves. And he also said, because Donald Trump said he's not sure that NATO would ever protect the United States if it were attacked. He said, Europeans will come to protect you. We did, NATO did, come to your defense in Afghanistan after 9/11, and that many non-U.S. NATO members, including, of course, hundreds of Canadian soldiers who were killed or injured, he didn't mention that, but I'm mentioning that to you, were either killed or injured during many years in Afghanistan. We will be with you. And then he was asked about what the president meant when he said earlier that if Greenland is not given to the U.S., that he will remember that choice. And the reporter said, what do you mean by remember? He said, well, if there's, figure it out. But the bigger price is safety and international peace. He also said that if the U.S., does he believe that now that the NATO Secretary General has said that Europeans, Canadians, NATO would come to the U.S. defense if it were attacked, does he believe that to be true? He said, I hope that's true. But when I see what's happening with Greenland, I wonder. Still ahead. So how are leaders at the World Economic Forum reacting to Donald Trump's speech from earlier today? We'll go live to a reporter in Davos. That's coming up here on CBC News Network.
We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland.
Donald Trump tells the World Economic Forum the Danish territory is, quote, part of North America. He says the United States needs Greenland to build a Golden Dome defense system that would protect the continent, including Canada. The U.S. president is now pushing for negotiations to acquire what he calls a big, beautiful piece of ice. Let's go live now to Davos, where we connect with journalist Sina Freiermuth. She is covering the World Economic Forum for her Swiss network, SRF. So, Sina, what was the atmosphere like there before and during the president's remarks?
Well, I mean, everyone here was waiting for that speech for days, right? So tension was really high, and people wanted to know what President Donald Trump is going to say about geopolitics. And as we heard it before, there was news. President Trump said he will not use military forces when it comes to Greenland. But besides that, a lot of it was repetition, and his words were sometimes also pretty offensive. So people here outside who were waiting and listening, a lot of them, they actually left the building.
Interesting that they left the building. It was a long speech. You have been talking to people about the speech. What sort of reaction are you getting?
Well, the reactions, they were very different. There were positive opinions. So, for example, the CEO of NVIDIA, he said the speech was excellent. And also Kenneth Rogoff, one of the most famous economists of the world, he said it was one of President Trump's best speeches. But there were also critical opinion. And, for example, Al Gore, he said it was just a show. And what is also mentionable, a lot of people, they didn't want to say anything. So you can see the situation is very fragile, and a lot of people, they rather don't want to say anything instead of saying something wrong.
Fearful, perhaps. Sina, you were also there when Canada's Prime Minister spoke yesterday. Can you compare the responses to Mark Carney and Donald Trump's speeches?
Well, reactions were very different. As I said before, people here, or some people, they left the building. But when Prime Minister Carney spoke, there was a standing ovation in the hall. So I think this sums it up pretty well. This says it all.
Thank you, Sina. Sina Freiermuth in Davos, Switzerland. The U.S. president boasted about a booming U.S. economy during his speech in Davos. His comments contrast with the concerns of many Americans who are worried about high prices and inflation. We'll take a closer look at that part of the story just ahead here on CBC News Network. Donald Trump was touting the success of his tariffs and trade policy today at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. In a wide-ranging speech, the U.S. president had this to say about the policy's effects on his own country's economy.
With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%. And all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done.
CBC senior business correspondent Peter Armstrong joins me now with more analysis of Trump's address. So Peter, Trump was boasting that the U.S. economy is booming under his administration. Is that true?
Not really. I mean, if you scale out and sort of look at the state of the U.S. economy, it's not in a great place. You know, jobs numbers are weakening. They've definitely been weakening through the end of the summer, through the fall, and into this winter, especially manufacturing jobs, which were particularly the ones that Trump had said he was taking all of these actions to defend. They've seen a net loss in manufacturing jobs over the last year. Inflation is ticking up again, and it is causing concerns for, for example, the Federal Reserve, the central bank of the United States. They don't want to cut interest rates because they're worried inflation's on the rise again, and if you cut interest rates, you're going to fuel that more. To his defense, the most recent GDP numbers in the United States came out, showed that growth there was like 4.3% in the last quarter. Big numbers, huge success, they said. Obvious example of how the Trump economy is working. If you dig under the surface a little bit, a lot of that came as a result of, you remember the government shutdown in October and November. You didn't have government employees working. Some of the government employees that weren't working were the ones that go out and get the economic data. And so there are these huge, giant holes in the economic data so that 4.3% is at the very least a little misleading, potentially not even remotely close to what the number might actually be. Howard Lutnick was in Davos yesterday saying, we're going to see 5% growth in the first quarter of this year. They have things they can point at that say, look, what we're doing is right. But you have all these other things you look at and say, but guys, it's feeling kind of lousy out there. And you've seen Trump get a little tripped up in talking about how people in America feel about the economy. He originally called the affordability crisis that is happening there a hoax and just something driven by Democrats. And he had to kind of back away from that because so many of his own supporters are feeling that the economy just isn't delivering for them in the way that he says it is. And I think that gap is only growing.
And Peter, Wall Street suffered its steepest sell-off in months yesterday. How's it reacting to Trump's speech today? And I was thinking about when he said, we won't use force. I wondered if that would suddenly kind of, everyone just took a breath.
You and investors. I'm sorry to pull up my phone in the middle, but I want to get the most recent numbers. You're right. Yesterday, we saw not only a sell-off, but as you and I were talking, a pretty accelerated sell-off right at the end of the day. That sort of set the stage for this morning and how would investors react. And of course, he was giving his speech as markets opened up. And Wall Street can be a cynical place. There's a lot of things that a lot of people are saying are pretty concerning about what was said in that speech. Wall Street zeroed in on that line that they're not going to use military force. And all of a sudden, the markets bounce back. So we've got even the TSX is up 1/3%. The S&P 500 is up 0.5 point. Dow is up 0.6%. So a remarkable turnaround on markets, but it's also like it's a bit of a sense from investors that they're looking for reasons to say that, they're looking for a reason to say everything's bad and they'll sell off. And until then, they're going to say, well, we're just going to continue on our merry way. And we've seen markets rise quite extraordinarily and against expectations throughout the course of the last year.
Trump didn't mention Canada very much in his speech today. You did mention a little bit, but this is another quote. He said, hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States, coming in from Canada, coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs. Is that true?
So, again, the truth is somewhere between. Look, we know it's not like they have closed down the Ford plant in Oakville and reopened that Ford plant in, Detroit, Michigan. But what they have done is, I think it's pretty easy to say investment that might otherwise have come into Canada over the course of the last even 14, 15 months, right, since he was elected, has all been going to the United States. And we've seen that impact here. That is why the Lana Paynes and the Doug Fords and the Flavio Flavio Volpes and the Brian Kingstons, all these people we've been hearing from that are so concerned about the state of the auto industry, even the very small changes we've seen to the auto industry as a result of the Carney deal in China, that's why they're so worried. They're not attracting the investment they think they need to keep that industry growing at the pace that it needs to, and to kind of defend it. And we are seeing promises of, not always delivery on those promises, but the promise of money is moving south of the border. It is not moving into Canada, and that's the problem.
All right, Peter, thank you. CBC senior business correspondent Peter Armstrong. Coming up, in the wake of Donald Trump's continued Greenland threats, diplomats from Nordic countries are meeting with government officials in Yellowknife today. We'll have the details just ahead here on CBC News Network. Donald Trump addressed world economic and political leaders today at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. Prime Minister Mark Carney left Davos around the same time that Trump arrived, and the PM's office confirms the two leaders didn't interact. During Trump's speech, the president took aim at Carney.
Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your prime minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
The CBC's Ashley Burke is traveling with the Prime Minister and has the latest.
The Prime Minister spoke to the head of Sweden and NATO Secretary General in Davos a day after Mark Carney said Canada strongly opposes tariffs on Greenland. Now, he made that comment during a provocative speech at the World Economic Forum yesterday, where he called the U.S. a hegemon. Carney was careful not to directly name Donald Trump in his address, but his words were widely interpreted as criticism of the U.S. Now, he said that middle powers have to stand up against great powers using economic might, including tariffs, to get what they want.
Call it what it is, a system of intensifying great power rivalry where the most powerful pursue their interests using economic integration as coercion. It means acting consistently, applying the same standards to allies and rivals.
Carney said that it's time for middle powers to stop staying silent and come together to criticize economic intimidation, no matter what side it's coming from. It's unclear yet how Trump or his administration interpreted this speech and if they'll react. Now, Carney's trade minister, who is also here for talks, was asked why they're not staying to try and meet with Trump.
There's things to do back in Canada, as you know. Parliament's resuming on Monday. We have our cabinet retreat, and there's things that we've got to take care of for Canadians. I think what we wanted to do here in Davos, we've accomplished that, have many conversations with industry leaders to pitch Canada.
Carney is headed back to Ottawa today after a trip that took him around the globe, from China to Qatar to here in Switzerland, to deepen ties with other countries and try and bring in investment outside of the U.S. Ashley Burke, CBC News, Quarton, Switzerland.
We're building the Golden Dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
That's U.S. President Donald Trump chastising Prime Minister Mark Carney and telling the world's business and political leaders about his plans for Greenland. He wants it for security reasons, but also says he will not take the Arctic island by force. He adds he's now seeking immediate negotiations so the U.S. can acquire it. Diplomats representing 5 Nordic countries are in Yellowknife today. Ambassadors to Canada from Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland are meeting with government officials. Their gathering is called Resilience in the Arctic and comes on the same day U.S. President Donald Trump is again expressing his desire for control of Greenland. The CBC's Aaron Collins joins us now live from Yellowknife. So, Aaron, what are we expecting from this meeting today?
Well, Andrew, I think it's safe to say we can expect some very timely conversations between these 5 Nordic ambassadors who've gathered here in Canada's north to talk about, as you said, resiliency in the Arctic and security in the Arctic. Those will be the 2 main topics of the panel discussions that are going on behind me right now in these rooms. Now, Chatham House rules applying to these discussions. That means they're behind closed doors, and we don't know precisely what's being said, of course, that so that they can speak their minds, speak directly, and not have to worry about folks like us listening in. But we will get an opportunity to speak to those ambassadors very shortly when these meetings wrap up. And of course, one thing that we do know about these Nordic countries is they practice a very different kind of security strategy than perhaps we are more comfortable and used to here in North America. It's a more total security approach, and I want to let you hear from a security expert here in Canada about what that means.
So Finland calls it comprehensive security. Sweden calls it total defense. And those are really the notion that at the core, how you defend your country, and it's built on their experience being very close to Russia, right? As small countries, and how they were able to maintain their sovereignty and assert their sovereignty over many decades. And those models put the armed forces at the center of defense, but it also include the entire societies.
So, Andrew, what that means when you include the entire society is that if you take it from a Canadian perspective, every single Canadian, not just the military, not just the government, would have to take some role, some responsibility in the defense of the country if it came to that. And now that might not mean picking up a weapon and joining a brigade, but it would mean being able to provide the functions, contribute to a resistance to any kind of an invasion or any kind of crisis moment, whether that's providing healthcare or engineering expertise or telecommunications. But the key is that every single member of the citizenry is tied into that effort to defend the homeland. I would suggest that is a topic of conversation here in the North, as conversations about the North, sovereignty in the North, and security in the North are top of mind all around the world.
Aaron, thank you. The CBC's Aaron Collins, live in Yellowknife. You're looking live at the White House this hour. We continue to follow reaction to U.S. President Donald Trump's speech to the World Economic Forum. Trump took aim at Mark Carney, saying he listened to the Prime Minister's speech at Davos yesterday, and Carney sounded ungrateful. We will continue to monitor any developments on the story right here on CBC News Network. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. U.S. President Donald Trump says he will not use military force to take over Greenland. But in a long, somewhat meandering speech to the World Economic Forum in Switzerland today, he insisted the U.S. and the Arctic island need each other for security reasons. And Trump hinted at consequences if his country doesn't get it.
It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. They have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
Trump was meant to deliver a 45-minute speech on the economy, but he spent much of almost an hour and a half chastising European and NATO allies, and Canada didn't escape unscathed.
We're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not.
We have team coverage of Trump's speech for you. Karina Roman is in Ottawa digging into Trump's comments on Canada, and Katie Nicholson is in Washington with more on what the president had to say on wanting to take control of Greenland. So let's begin with Karina and the Canadian content. The president had a few darts for Prime Minister Mark Carney. Karina, what did Trump say, and what should we make of it?
Well, after the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, we were all waiting to see what the reaction would be from Donald Trump, waiting, I guess, for the Trump shoe to drop, and it did drop today. Have a listen.
We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
Now, Donald Trump's comments there, some might say, are a perfect illustration of what Carney was saying in his speech yesterday, that this threat is from a great power no longer restraining itself, that it's using its economic might to coerce and pressure middle powers like Canada. I don't think anyone really imagines, though, that Mark Carney, who we're told wrote his speech himself, didn't anticipate the possible repercussions of that speech or how it might land with the Trump administration, even if Carney didn't use Trump's name once in his speech. But Trump's not-so-veiled threat there in his comments doesn't tell us clearly what it might mean, as it never does. I mean, this is a very unpredictable person, so we don't know what that means. Is it a one-off comment? Will it actually lead to something? Will it be a real repercussion, especially when we're talking about the crucial review of CUSMA, for example, our free trade agreement under review with the United States and Mexico. But the Prime Minister's speech was clear that, well, there's a risk to saying something so provocative as he did yesterday, that is still better than going along to get along, because, as the Prime Minister said, that's not real sovereignty.
And so what about reaction, Karina?
Well, Ontario Premier Doug Ford was asked his thoughts today on Trump's Canada comments. Ford still clearly upset with Carney's electric vehicle deal with China, and that's the reason he held his news conference. But for Ford, Trump is still enemy number one in all his comments on this. He points to that altered image that Trump posted on social media of the U.S. flag over all of North America, including Canada and Greenland, saying that and Trump's comments are unacceptable. Have a listen.
He's fortunate to have us. We admit, we love our American friends south of the border. There's one person that's causing upheaval, not just here in Canada, but around the world, and that's President Trump. You don't attack your closest friend, your closest neighbor, and your number one customer in the world. Yes, they're our number one customer, but we're their number one customer.
Now, Ford also went over all the goods, or a list of the goods that the U.S. depends on Canada for: potash, aluminum, steel, that kind of thing. But some might argue that Trump is very aware of what the U.S. gets from Canada, and it's, even though he says that they don't need anything from Canada, it's actually why he wants Canada as the 51st state, or at least some would argue that. We've also had reaction from the former National Security and Intelligence Advisor to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Vincent Rigby. He said that he thought Carney's speech was excellent, that it needed to be said, but that saying it was a gamble. Have a listen.
Right now, Canada has to walk a tightrope with the United States. Obviously, we're a sovereign state, and when the United States President Trump pushes us into a corner, we have to push our way out. So we have to stand up for ourselves. But you always run the risk of going too far with President Trump. And if you provoke him, if you cross a certain threshold, he's going to come back at you twice as hard, and you're going to hurt yourself in the longer run in terms of your national interest.
Now, so far, no reaction from the Prime Minister's office or from the Prime Minister himself on Trump's comments. He was asked by the reporter as part of the pool coverage on the tarmac. You see there, the reporter yelled out, do you have any comments on his speech, on Trump's comments today? And the Prime Minister said no, or at least did not provide any kind of comment or reaction. Probably not surprising, and I doubt we're really going to get anything soon. It's not something that he would want to put out there and have it gather more attention at this point, letting perhaps his speech from yesterday stand as what he wants to say. But also no reaction from Conservative leadership here in Canada. Pierre Poilievre or any of his deputies have not really reacted to Carney's speech nor Trump's reaction today. So we're still keeping an eye out for that.
Karina, thank you. The CBC's Karina Roman, live in Ottawa. Let's talk more now about what Trump said about his mission to acquire Greenland. The CBC's Katie Nicholson joins us live from Washington. So, Katie, he was clear about not using force to take over Greenland, but also less clear about what happens if he doesn't get his way. So what did he say about Greenland?
Yeah. So from those comments, there was perhaps some relief for people in Greenland and Denmark, European leaders who for weeks have been sort of wrestling with this, these implied threats or this notion that Trump was leaving military intervention on the table. And today in Davos, there was this moment in the speech where you could almost feel shoulders sort of coming down. This is that moment in that speech where Trump appears to communicate that he is not going to try to acquire Greenland through military force.
We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay, now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
So, or you can say no, and we will remember. So still, Andrew, the specter of something punitive here, even as he sort of backed off the notion of military force. And I will tell you, Trump was asked about that comment a few hours later by a reporter who essentially said, what do you mean when you said you would remember if Denmark did not agree to a deal on Greenland? What are the consequences? And Trump replied, you'll just have to figure that out for yourself. You're a smart guy. So Trump, in that speech and afterwards, he continued to argue that this acquisition is about, as he put it, world protection. And at one point in the speech, he said, you know, it's to stop using some of the simplest language, the bad guys. And he's just not letting go of this idea of acquiring Greenland. He even expressed annoyance when he was told by a reporter that the Danish foreign minister rejected a call to negotiate on Greenland, said he hadn't heard that directly. And in that speech, he also raised Venezuela, saying that that country had been cooperating with the U.S., as he put it, once the attack ended, and that more people should to do that. So those remarks, no doubt, also resonating in Davos.
And Trump had some criticism of NATO. It's something that he often repeats, saying that he doesn't believe that NATO members would ever come to the defense of the U.S. But history would prove him wrong. Tell us what he said.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is on top of him saying less than glowing things about European nations in that speech, that they're going in the wrong direction, citing things like migration and social spending. But again, Trump repeated what he said yesterday during that very lengthy briefing at the White House, that the U.S. will always be there for NATO, but he wasn't sure that NATO would be there for the U.S. And not long ago today, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte took pains to really mollify Trump on this point. Here is what Mark Rutte said.
There's one thing I heard you say yesterday and today. You were not absolutely sure that the Europeans would come to the rescue of the US if you will be attacked. Let me tell you, they will. And they did in Afghanistan, as you know, for every American who paid the ultimate, for every 2 Americans who paid the ultimate price, there was 1 soldier from another NATO country who did not come back to his family. From the Netherlands, from Denmark, particularly, from other countries. So you can be assured, absolutely, if ever the US will be under attack, your allies will be with you. Absolutely, there's an absolute guarantee. I really want to tell you that because it is important. It pains me if you think it is not. And under your leadership, this alliance is stronger than ever.
So a little 9/11 history reminder there from Mark Rutte. Now, in his initial speech, Trump was talking about his own legacy as well within NATO. Remember, he was that key driver to that agreement last year for NATO members to up their defense spending by 5% of GDP by 2035. The takeaway from this speech is that while Trump heaped criticism on European countries, which he said at one point had become unrecognizable, he didn't seem to be inclined to break up the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and he seemed pleased by his own legacy within it. There have been worries, of course, that his obsession with acquiring Greenland threatens NATO's alliance, in particular the threats to tariff NATO countries opposed to any kind of U.S. takeover of the island. That, of course, as we saw yesterday, has a significant effect on the world markets. But right now, NATO's Mark Rutte, he has Trump's ear and perhaps his respect. So far, so good for NATO.
Katie, thank you. The CBC's Katie Nicholson live in Washington. Of course, nobody has as much at stake right now as Denmark and Greenland. Both are in Donald Trump's crosshairs. And the CBC's Crystal Gumensing has been watching European reaction for us, and she has the latest from London.
We have heard from Denmark's foreign minister saying that he is glad to hear that the U.S. President Donald Trump has taken military force off of the potential options that he has when it comes to his desire to obtain Greenland. However, the foreign minister said that President Trump's ambitions are still intact. He did say that there will be more dialogue, that they are committed to dialogue, but they are not going to negotiate or compromise on their principles. That is something we have heard from not only Danish officials, but officials in Greenland as well, and really those right across Europe who have come out in support of Greenland being a territory that is under Danish administration, and that it is only up to those 2 groups what happens to them. We are also hearing from a Danish member of parliament. Now, this issue has obviously been one that has dominated conversations, caused a lot of anxiety as everyone waits to see exactly what will happen. Now, the fact that the president has taken, or at least appears to have taken, the threat of military action off of the table, the line there where he said he has asked for Greenland, and if the answer is no, well, then the United States will remember that. So we heard from one Danish member of the European Parliament who said there are still a number of options on the table, but the issue of the president attacking allies, threatening allies, and speaking poorly of allies is an ongoing and real problem.
We have some things that we can counter back on, especially the export of services from US to Europe is very significant. And we have some critical elements in the American production lines that we could also put into play to counter these threats from Trump. But I think the lesson here is that we need to stand more firm, more self-assured, and not believe you can make deals with Trump or call him daddy or just give in.
Now, the reference there where he says you can't call Trump daddy is in a reference to the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte many months ago calling President Trump daddy. We do know that the European Parliament has put a trade agreement vote on hold. That agreement came about in the summertime. It was dealing when European officials were dealing with American officials to come up with a negotiated settlement on tariffs. The vote was supposed to be next week, Andrew, but they have decided to freeze that, given the fact that the U.S. president is threatening 8 European nations, plus, rather, I should say, including the U.K., with a 10% tariff starting on February 1st because they are opposed to his ambitions with Greenland.
The CBC's Crystal Gumansing in London. So let's get some more reaction with U.S. political analyst Valérie Baudouin in Montreal. She's an associate researcher with the Raoul d'Endurance Center. Valérie, nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
What was your main takeaway from the president's speech?
It was very long. It was low energy to take his something he's saying about a lot of politicians. He was talking a lot about Americans' politics, about what he did in the last year, his first year. It was yesterday, the anniversary. But what was the most important thing for me was really about Greenland. When he said, "I'm not going to use military force." I think everyone in the room was relief. Even if he can change his mind, we know Donald Trump, he can say one thing today and change his mind the next day. But because he needs Congress approval for that kind of operation, because he doesn't have the public appreciation of his plan, the polls are terrible for Trump and the Greenland ambition because of many reasons. I think it was the right thing to say. And obviously, when he talked about Mark Carney and Canada, I think it was another important thing during his speech.
Tell me about that. Why do you think it was important what he had to say about the Prime Minister?
I was really curious because Mark Carney's speech yesterday there was a standing ovation. It was in every news media in America. It was in Europe. Everybody was really happy. Not everybody, but I say most people were really happy about it. And Donald Trump said that when he was talking about, the Golden Dome, when he's going to protect North America with Greenland, and Canada is going to be there for the missile defense system. And he said Canada has a lot of freebies. And what he said about Mark Carney saying they're not grateful. Canada is not grateful. And a little jab to Mark Carney, I would say, you should remember that next time, because he obviously heard the speech. He said something about it, but it was not something he could have said, Greenland is one thing, but Canada, you're next. So I think it was not too bad. I don't know how the discussions are going to go. We still have a lot to go for the negotiation for everything about trade. So for now, I would say it's good, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But he's basically saying, watch your mouth, kind of thing. And so is that a threat? Is that a threat around Kuzma? Is that a threat around, I don't know?
Yeah, I think it can be seen as a threat because some days he's going to love Mark Carney, and he called him by name. He said Mark in his speech today. And so he's talking directly to Mark Carney, saying, you better watch out because, you're not in a position to do and say everything you want to say. We are in a trade war. We need to negotiate things ahead. And now you're having this big speech. And I think I don't want to be in the psychological analyst of analyse. How do you say?
Psychoanalysis.
Yeah, exactly. For Trump, but I think his ego was a little bruised because Mark Carney had such a standing ovation, and it was a very remarkable speech, and Donald Trump didn't have the same appreciation.
He didn't. Reporters saying that it was tepid, that some people left the room. There were some that were enthusiastic, but there was a contrast to the reaction that Mark Carney got. Last hour, NATO's Secretary General Mark Rutte and President Trump spoke to reporters. I want to play a bit of what NATO's top officials said and then ask you about it.
There's one thing I heard you say yesterday and today. You were not absolutely sure that the Europeans would come to the rescue of the US if you will be attacked. Let me tell you, they will. And they did in Afghanistan, as you know, for every American who paid the ultimate, for every 2 Americans who paid the ultimate price, there was 1 soldier from another NATO country who did not come back to his family. From the Netherlands, from Denmark, particularly from other countries. So you can be assured, absolutely, if ever the US will be under attack, your allies will be with you.
And many, as we know, hundreds of Canadians were either killed or injured. Thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of Canadians served in Afghanistan over many years after 9/11. That was because of the invocation of Article 5, an attack against one is an attack against all. The president doesn't mention that. Why do you think that is? And is it just, he keeps mentioning, he says, I don't think that that NATO would come to protect the U.S. The U.S. protects NATO, but there is a historical example. The only time that Article 5 was invoked was to defend the U.S.
I think it was really important from the Secretary General to say that to Donald Trump, because maybe it's by omission. He's not talking about Article 5 when it was the Afghan war. Maybe he doesn't want to talk about it because he just want to say the NATO could not exist without the United States. That's exactly what he said. We gave you so much. You can just give us this little piece of land that is Greenland. But yes, it's important to remember that the only time the Article 5 was used, it was for the United States. It was all the nations were behind the war and everything, the war effort. So it's a bit insulting to European nations to just say we don't remember that, we don't acknowledge that you sacrificed so much for the United States after 9/11. Maybe he doesn't remember or think it was applied before. I don't want to speculate, but I think it's not good for him or his rhetoric to remember that it was used before.
Let me ask you just before we let you go, and that is for your reaction to Mark Carney's speech. I know it was yesterday. I'm just curious. What did you think of it? Is it risky? Is it what needed to be said?
Yeah, I think it needed to be said. It was really interesting when he was talking about a rupture point. We're not in a transition or anything. We're already past that. And it was a very good speech. But the other leaders from European nations, from, UK, France, in all their declaration, not just in this forum, but with media and everything, they were really harsh when they were talking about Donald Trump in the United States. So I think it's just normal to defend the country. I think Donald Trump, in a way, understands that we need to talk about this situation. He knows it's not popular, everything about Greenland, the idea about the 51st state. So I think it was important, but we'll see. It's a risky move. It's a risky move with Donald Trump because you never know how he's going to react.
Valérie, thank you. Valérie Baudouin joining us from Montreal. Still ahead, Ontario Premier Doug Ford says the Canadian auto industry is under attack, and it's not just tariff threats from U.S. President Trump. We'll get the details coming up here on CBC News Network. More now on our top story. U.S. President Donald Trump's address to the World Economic Forum in Switzerland today. During his 90-minute speech and a Q&A session, he claimed tariffs he has introduced have helped the auto industry to boom in his country.
Hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States. They're coming in from Canada. They're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford has been vocal about U.S. trade threats. Today, he repeated criticism of Prime Minister Mark Carney's new trade deal with China. The CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick is in Toronto with more.
Well, and the Premier was joined at his news conference by Lana Payne from Unifor, which represents thousands of auto workers, as well as Brian Kingston and Flavio Volpe, who are also leaders in the auto industry. And all of them, Andrew, expressing their concerns about this deal that Prime Minister Mark Carney signed with China last week, which will see the 100% tariff on electric vehicles from China dropped down to 6.1% and allow up to 49,000 Chinese EVs to enter the Canadian market. Premier Ford saying that this deal is asking Canadian auto workers to compete on an unfair playing field. And he reiterated that he thinks Ontario got nothing out of this deal with China. It didn't benefit one way or another, whereas some other provinces did and other sectors did, because China in exchange agreed to drop some of its tariffs on some seafood and canola products. Now, Doug Ford saying if China is serious about making any investments in Canada, which Prime Minister Mark Carney alluded to when he was explaining the deal with China, that there could be potentially some joint ventures, potentially with Chinese companies. Mark Carney saying that this deal with China could be good for Ontario auto workers in the sector here. Doug Ford saying, show us the proof. We need some concrete guarantees about investments, because he said Canadian auto workers cannot feed their families on hypothetical commitments about investments. He said the Canadian auto sector is under attack on two fronts, from the United States and the tariffs it has imposed that are affecting the auto sector, and from China. Here's more from Premier Doug Ford.
Our auto sector is under attack. Hundreds of thousands of good-paying, unionized Canadian jobs are on the line. Let's come together. Let's support, defend, and fight for Canada's auto sector. Let's protect Canadian workers. And in a very unstable world right now that we've all seen on television, let's provide Canadians the certainty, the stability, and support they deserve.
He also once again reiterated that he's disappointed with Prime Minister Carney. That is Doug Ford's word, that he's disappointed because he wasn't really looped in to the possibility that Canada was prepared to make this deal with China and drop these tariffs on EVs. He was only given a heads up a few hours before the announcement was made. And he has said in recent days and again today, he would have thought that he had a good enough relationship with Mark Carney that the Prime Minister would have given him a quick phone call or a text to give him a heads up that this was coming, given the impact that it could have on Ontario's auto sector. And just lastly, in terms of comments from Ford that stuck out, Andrew, he was asked at the end of his news conference, is he telling Canadians to boycott any Chinese-made EVs that might end up here in the near future? And he very clearly said, yes, that's exactly what he's doing, that Canadians should support companies that are building cars here and are employing Canadians.
The CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick in Toronto. Two very different speeches in Davos, one by U.S. President Donald Trump, the other by Prime Minister Mark Carney. What do these speeches tell us about each leader's style and their top priorities right now? Coming up, I'll speak with a former speechwriter for President Barack Obama. You're watching CBC News Network.
We're building a Golden Dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
Donald Trump called out Prime Minister Mark Carney today at the World Economic Forum, saying Canada does not appreciate the United States. Neither, he says, does Denmark or NATO. The U.S. president says he won't take Greenland by force, but he wants negotiations to start immediately so the U.S. can acquire it. For more on this, I want to bring in David Litt. He's a former senior speechwriter for U.S. President Barack Obama, and he's joining us from Washington. David, appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
So let's just start with the clip that we just heard from Donald Trump today, responding directly to Mark Carney's speech yesterday. How do you think the president received Carney's words about the threats to the global order?
Well, clearly he didn't receive them well, although I will say I think you're having me on this afternoon. I appreciate it. On the theory that Americans understand what might be going on in America or with our president, and increasingly we don't. I mean, this is something I never really imagined. This kind of, reminds me of like the end of the first Godfather, right? This kind of language. And it is, it's pretty remarkable stuff. And I think what's interesting is Trump's critique of Carney's speech was not particularly rooted in substance. It was purely emotional, right? It's all about gratitude, respect, and this idea of, we're the stronger power. And so we should, take what we want from you and you should thank us for the privilege. Which I will say as an American is not what I ever believed America was about. And I think it's still not what many Americans believe it's about, but it's increasingly how our country is behaving.
What do you think he means? He's basically saying, well, I think he's saying, watch your mouth when you speak, Mark, referring to Carney. I mean, what do you think he means by that?
I don't know that he knows what he means by that, and I certainly don't think his advisors know what he means by that. Yeah. I think instead you have Trump say something that's impulsive, and that gets worse and worse as he gets older and older, by the way. I mean, if you hear him in that clip you just played, he doesn't sound great. And then I think his advisors and his allies in Congress and so forth try to cobble together some kind of policy agenda based on Donald Trump's personal whims or obsessions. And I think we're seeing the product of that. I mean, we're seeing a real crisis around Greenland. And we're also seeing the world take its eye off the ball in terms of Ukraine so that we can focus on Donald Trump's strange and really destructive obsession with, an island most Americans do not care about and many of us have not heard of or could place on a map.
Let's contrast Trump's speech with Mark Carney's speech yesterday, who was up yesterday. I want to play something he said that's still resonating today.
Middle powers must act together because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu. But I'd also say that great powers can afford for now to go it alone. They have the market size, the military capacity, and the leverage to dictate terms. Middle powers do not.
So, first of all, you've written many speeches for a man that has delivered some pretty incredible speeches, Barack Obama. What did you think of Mark Carney's speech?
Well, I think one of the most important things about speech writing is, generally speaking, we place too much emphasis on performance and too little on substance. And I don't think Carney's delivery was particularly, I'm not saying it was bad. I'm just saying that what really stood out to me was the thoughts he was expressing. And in this case, I thought it was notably realistic, right? This was not just flag waving and saying, hey, you say you're number one, no, we're number one. It was an acknowledgement that if the United States under Trump decides to behave like a global bully, it can get away with it, at least for the time being. And so what do other, as he called them, middle powers, and including Canada, how do they respond? And that, I thought, was forward-looking in a way that, frankly, some American institutions have not been either. Many of us in America have said, wouldn't it be nice if Donald Trump wasn't president? Well, yes, it would, but he is the president. So now what do we do about it?
And I should mention that the Prime Minister's office says that Carney wrote the speech himself. How's it being received in the U.S.? Is it being noticed?
It's certainly being noticed. And I think, unfortunately, like almost everything in the U.S., immediately it's a question of which team you belong to, right? Among people like myself, Democrats, or I would say just people in general who like the idea of American democracy as it's generally been understood. I think Carney's speech, we're sort of saying, wow, that sounds like something a leader of the free world might say. Remember when we used to do stuff like that? Among President Trump and his allies, as you noted at the top of this, it's being taken, I think, both as disrespectful and as a sense of, they don't see allies as allies. They see allies as supplicants. And so when an ally says that's not how we see ourselves, they get upset. I do just want to say, even though there's kind of two sides to this, I think an increasing number of Americans are saying, this is not what we signed up for. Even Americans who voted for Trump, right? Nobody voted for Trump because he was going to take over Greenland. This was not on the table. They voted for Trump because they wanted their grocery prices to go down, and that hasn't happened.
Mm-hmm. I mentioned that you worked at the highest level of political speech writing. How rare is it for a world leader to write a speech on their own like Carney did for his speech yesterday?
Well, let me just say, and again, I have no idea how this speech was written. It's certainly not rare for a world leader to say they wrote a speech on their own, and who knows how much help they had. And that's not a dig at Mark Carney. I'm just saying that's the reality of speeches. I think that it is what is notable, though, and I think this part is important, regardless of how the speech came together. I think when a world leader says, I want to put my stamp on these words, right? And President Obama would do that too. We had a speechwriting office, but for a big speech, he would sit down beforehand. He would have those discussions. He would write a lot of it himself, even if he didn't sit down and do the first draft all the time. So for a leader to say, this speech is mine, right? It's not just a reflection of my office or a reflection of what I believe. These are my words. That means it's a different type of speech. It means he thinks of it as a different type of speech. And even just for the prime minister's office to be saying he wrote this himself is saying, take note of this one. And I think we should. And I think that's what's happening.
Let's talk a little bit more about something that you just said about Donald Trump's speech, that he doesn't sound good, that you're not even sure he knows what he's saying when he says, watch it when you speak, Mark. How concerning should that be in terms of what we're here? We're trying to parse the words of the President of the United States to try and understand what's going on and what could happen in so many different areas.
It's complicated because it's not like Donald Trump ever made that much sense. And even his allies would say this. They would say, well, we take him seriously, but not literally. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, said this yesterday, right? So they've always been playing a game of figuring out what the president means compared to what he says. So now that he is starting to slip as he gets older and as a job that takes a toll on everybody is taking a toll on him, you're seeing this, but it's hard to measure it against the baseline of what I think many of us would consider, like, was there a sane Donald Trump to compare things to? People like me would argue not really. I think that said, we're seeing exactly the same set of signs that worried people rightly about Joe Biden when he was president and was a similar age. I mean, President Trump in this speech, right, he's been obsessed with Greenland. He says Greenland is crucial for national security. It's worth jeopardizing NATO over. And also, he confused Greenland and Iceland multiple times. If you said this to someone, regardless of partisanship, is this president in control of their faculties? You would say maybe not so much. And that makes things very difficult because then the question becomes, who is calling the shots? How are decisions being made? And, is it worse if they're being made by a president who is losing it? Or is it worse if they're being made by aides who were not even on the ballot?
David, good to talk to you. Thank you very much. David Litt is a former senior speechwriter for U.S. President Barack Obama. As we've been telling you, U.S. President Donald Trump has been meeting with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, and he has posted online. And this is what Donald Trump posted a few minutes ago. Based upon a very productive meeting that I have had with Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, we have formed the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland and, in fact, the entire Arctic region. This solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the United States of America and all NATO nations. Based upon this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect on February 1st. Additional discussions are being held concerning the Golden Dome as it pertains to Greenland. Further information will be made available as discussions progress. Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and various others as needed will be responsible for the negotiations. They will report directly to me. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So that was Donald Trump saying that he will not impose tariffs on European countries that go against his attempt to acquire Greenland. Now, Trump was touting the success of his tariffs and trade policy today at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. In a wide-ranging speech, the U.S. president had this to say about the policy's effects on his own country's economy.
With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%. And all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done.
CBC senior business correspondent Peter Armstrong has been looking into Trump's claims to see how much of what he says is based on fact.
If you scale out and sort of look at the state of the U.S. economy, it's not in a great place. You know, jobs numbers are weakening. They've definitely been weakening through the end of the summer, through the fall, and into this winter, especially manufacturing jobs, which were particularly the ones that Trump had said he was taking all of these actions to defend. They've seen a net loss in manufacturing jobs over the last year. Inflation is ticking up again, and it is causing concerns for, for example, the Federal Reserve, the central bank of the United States. They don't want to cut interest rates because they're worried inflation's on the rise again, and if you cut interest rates, you're going to fuel that more. To his defense, the most recent GDP numbers in the United States came out, showed that growth there was like 4.3% in the last quarter. Big numbers, huge success, they said. Obvious example of how the Trump economy is working. If you dig under the surface a little bit, a lot of that came as a result of, you remember the government shutdown in October and November. You didn't have government employees working. Some of the government employees that weren't working were the ones that go out and get the economic data. And so there are these huge, giant holes in the economic data so that 4.3% is at the very least a little misleading, potentially not even remotely close to what the number might actually be. Howard Lutnick was in Davos yesterday saying, we're going to see 5% growth in the first quarter of this year. They have things they can point at that say, look, what we're doing is right. But you have all these other things you look at and say, but guys, it's feeling kind of lousy out there. And you've seen Trump get a little tripped up in talking about how people in America feel about the economy. He originally called the affordability crisis that is happening there a hoax and just something driven by Democrats. And he had to kind of back away from that because so many of his own supporters are feeling that the economy just isn't delivering for them in the way that he says it is. And I think that gap is only growing.
Trump didn't mention Canada very much in his speech today. You did mention a little bit, but this is another quote. He said, hundreds of big factories, car plants are moving back to the United States, coming in from Canada, coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs. Is that true?
So, again, the truth is somewhere between. Look, we know it's not like they have closed down the Ford plant in Oakville and reopened that Ford plant in, Detroit, Michigan. But what they have done is, I think it's pretty easy to say investment that might otherwise have come into Canada over the course of the last even 14, 15 months, right, since he was elected, has all been going to the United States. And we've seen that impact here. That is why the Lana Paynes and the Doug Fords and the Flavio Flavio Volpes and the Brian Kingstons, all these people we've been hearing from that are so concerned about the state of the auto industry, even the very small changes we've seen to the auto industry as a result of the Carney deal in China, that's why they're so worried. They're not attracting the investment they think they need to keep that industry growing at the pace that it needs to, and to kind of defend it. And we are seeing promises of, not always delivery on those promises, but the promise of money is moving south of the border. It is not moving into Canada, and that's the problem.
CBC senior business correspondent Peter Armstrong speaking earlier. You're watching CBC News Network. We're back in a moment. More on our top story, the address by U.S. President Donald Trump at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland today. In it, he said he won't be taking control of Greenland by force, but he still wants to acquire it by negotiations. Trump flew into Davos around the same time as Prime Minister Mark Carney was leaving. The two leaders did not interact, but during his speech today, Trump took aim at Carney.
Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
The CBC's Ashley Burke is traveling with the Prime Minister and filed this report before Trump spoke.
The Prime Minister spoke to the head of Sweden and NATO Secretary General in Davos a day after Mark Carney said Canada strongly opposes tariffs on Greenland. Now, he made that comment during a provocative speech at the World Economic Forum yesterday, where he called the U.S. a hegemon. Carney was careful not to directly name Donald Trump in his address, but his words were widely interpreted as criticism of the U.S. Now, he said that middle powers have to stand up against great powers using economic might, including tariffs, to get what they want.
Call it what it is, a system of intensifying great power rivalry where the most powerful pursue their interests using economic integration as coercion. It means acting consistently, applying the same standards to allies and rivals.
Carney said that it's time for middle powers to stop staying silent and come together to criticize economic intimidation, no matter what side it's coming from. It's unclear yet how Trump or his administration interpreted this speech and if they'll react. Now, Carney's trade minister, who is also here for talks, was asked why they're not staying to try and meet with Trump.
There's things to do back in Canada, as you know. Parliament's resuming on Monday. We have our cabinet retreat, and there's things that we've got to take care of for Canadians. I think what we wanted to do here in Davos, we've accomplished that, have many conversations with industry leaders to pitch Canada.
Carney is headed back to Ottawa today after a trip that took him around the globe, from China to Qatar to here in Switzerland, to deepen ties with other countries and try and bring in investment outside of the U.S. Ashley Burke, CBC News, Quarton, Switzerland.
Turning briefly to other news, in a London court, Prince Harry became the first witness today in the latest privacy invasion lawsuit against the British tabloids. The Duke of Sussex was supposed to testify on Thursday, but he was called to do so a day early. He's one of 7 claimants in the case against the publisher of the Daily Mail. Music legend Elton John and actress Elizabeth Hurley are among those accusing Associated newspapers of tapping and hacking phones and paying police officials for information. Prince Harry became emotional during part of his testimony today. He spoke about how the tabloids hounded his late mother, Diana, and his wife, Meghan Markle. You're looking live at the White House this hour. We continue to follow reaction to U.S. President Donald Trump's speech to the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. We should mention that the U.S. president has just posted online that he has met with NATO's Secretary General Mark Rutte and has agreed to a framework for Greenland and for the Arctic, and he has backed off his threat to impose tariffs on European countries that oppose his attempts to acquire Greenland. He also said today that he would not be trying to take Greenland by force. You're watching CBC News Network. Much more ahead. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. We begin with breaking news. Donald Trump says he and the head of NATO have agreed